You should have a QR code up here. There we go. You can connect your phone.
What about consent?
Wi-Fi.
Same. They're all non-consent.
So do you speak before the consent's approved or after?
This is going to be my official council meeting only. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There, go.
Alright, you connected to the Wi-Fi. It's going to be upstairs too and everything everywhere else.
Hey, how are you?
Yep.
Good. How's everything? That's fantastic. You're going to give some citizen
That's
comment?
what I was worried about. So I bet that's why not? I was going to buy it last time.
Very good.
Did we get this?
This is me, right?
Yes.
Ooh. Wow. Yeah, I had a few things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll talk after this.
I know. I know. Right.
Yes, city administrator. Oh, he's a nice guy. You too.
Good morning. Good morning. Most recent
Let's
or
open
past?
authenticator on here.
You should have gotten a text message or notification.
I just have to explain.
Oh, did we set it up for your other? You have a cell phone, right?
Sorry. Phone vibration.
It's fair.
You just need to go and find. Yeah, hit OK. And it's going to kill off the app, and then you're just going to reopen it. And you just need to go and find the email for Tim. Start downloading all that stuff.
Thank you, bud.
You're welcome.
It's easy to read that.
We are?
That sentence, and I can say that.
Yeah, I like that.
I love that.
That's only moves.
Very nice. Okay, so it's over here they go.
Yes. Lovely.
Oh, gee, it's nice to meet you in person. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I feel like, that's exactly
Yeah.
right here.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
That's right here. Thank you.
Good to see you. I think.
Jean, I've got a problem.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bradenton City Council meeting Wednesday, January 18th at 8:30 a.m. at City Hall Council Chambers. At this time, we're going to do the invocation and pledge. As always, if you'll please make sure and turn your cell phones on vibrate or off, we would appreciate it, and we'll start moving forward. At this time, we'll stand, and we've got a pledge that I will start out, and we will continue down the row. Creator of us all, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting.
Encourage us to engage in meaningful discussion for the betterment of Bradenton.
Allow us to encourage and nurture the bonds of our community.
Protect our employees, especially our first responders, as we all work to serve our city.
Help us to make decisions that strive to be for the good of all. Keep us from short-sightedness.
Give us insight to lead with integrity and vision.
And together we all say, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And at this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This morning we have two proclamations. The first one is for Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee, and I'll read it on behalf of the Mayor. Whereas Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee are celebrating their 50th anniversary of serving the citizens of Bradenton. And whereas they demonstrate their commitment for our community through their daily efforts of ensuring they meet the nutritional needs of our residents and by their compassionate care. And whereas their staff, board, and volunteers provide valuable resources for our residents through their home-delivered meals, the Food Bank of Manatee, Daybreak Adult Daycare Center, and the Friendship Dining Centers. And whereas Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee Services helps to prevent isolation for many of our senior residents, allowing them to maintain their independence. And whereas the City of Bradenton wishes to thank Meals on Wheels for their continued efforts to assist our citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as Mayor of the City of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim January 18th, 2023 as Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee's 50th Anniversary Day in Bradenton, and urge all citizens to thank them for caring about our community's well-being through volunteering, raising awareness about their programs, and by donations to such a worthy organization. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
Thank you. Who do we have coming forward here? Mary Beth. And just before we get started with that part of it, come on up. I know many of us up here over the years have gone out that one time during the year, several times, and it's kind of humbling when you go out and you deliver the meals and you see what the volunteers do day in and day out. And the couple times that I've been able to do it, there's been people, one of them was a city administrator from up in the Northeast, and he'd been doing it, him and his wife, for I think 12 or 15 years now since they moved down here. But that was very humbling to see how the workers, volunteers really do it. So we're proud of that, and we're proud that you're in our city, and you stayed there and obviously grown quite a bit. So congratulations and thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank all of you in Bradenton and here in Manatee County. We couldn't do it without the support of all of the volunteers and just the support of what we do day in and day out. And like you said, the volunteers usually get more out of it than the actual person who gets the meal. So very, very grateful. Thank you.
All right, well, what we'd like to do is everyone to come up around the podium there and give them their plaque and get a picture.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. We may be doing this a couple times today. So be ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Congratulations, and looking forward to 50 more.
50 more. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you all so much. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Madam Clerk, as we go forward, it's a beautiful Chamber of Commerce Day in Bradenton.
That's right. Our next proclamation is the Manatee Chamber of Commerce Recognition Day. Whereas Manatee Chamber of Commerce has been named the 2022 Florida Chamber of Commerce of the Year by the Florida Association of Chamber Professionals. And whereas the Chamber continues in their mission of enhancing the quality of life for our citizens through positive business environments. And whereas it is only fitting they are awarded this honor as they demonstrate their commitment to our city through their tireless efforts to promote business, special events, government relations, and strategic planning. And whereas staff and the board of directors are leaders in our community and are always willing to go the extra mile to ensure our city remains a great place to work, play, and live. And whereas the City of Bradenton extends our heartfelt thanks and congratulations to being recognized as a premier Chamber of Commerce. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as Mayor of the City of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim January 18th, 2023 as Manatee Chamber of Commerce Recognition Day in Bradenton, and urge all citizens to congratulate them for their commitment to helping us remain the friendly city. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
Thank you. Who's coming forward, or everybody comes forward. And it was kind of started out one of those Chamber of Commerce mornings as we're walking in our downtown to welcome a new shop opening up, Orange Blossom Coffee. Who do I see there but our president, Jackie Dzelski. And she doesn't always like to take credit, but I see a bunch of past presidents. We feel honored that you're here today, and not so happy with the Bucks, but we'll move past that. We'll move past that. We can't have the trophy again. But just before you get started, I probably, and hopefully I'm correct in this, that they actually had to change the rules because of us, because we were winning it so often. They kind of changed it where they wanted to rotate it around. So now we finally were able to come back and get that rotation again. So 5 times and National Chamber of the Year too. So we are very fortunate to have this group and leadership, and obviously we all know in this room Bob Bartz, what he did for so many years. But we're proud that you're in our city, in our building, and you're up, Rick.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Rick Bizio. I'm the immediate past chair, and I'm the chair that had the amazing honor to be the chair during the year that we were able to win this award. And you know, at the end of the day, a community is nothing more than the accumulation of the people and the organizations, and to a great degree, their ability to work together. And you are just absolutely wonderful partners for us in so many ways. I know that occasionally you lean on us, and we always lean on you. So thank you so much for being wonderful partners for us. We wouldn't have won this award without having a city like this behind us. That is a reality. I just want to recognize a couple of folks and then hand it over to Jackie because she's much better at this than I am. But this award is actually a look back. It's a look back over 3 years. So I want to recognize the fact that we have both Ernie and Phil here, the immediate past chair and the chair behind that. So it's really the cumulative work of the chairs for 3 years that allowed this to happen. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done. And I'd like to say that a lot of it is due to us, but the reality is it's not. Most of it is really due to this amazing team of people, and Jackie, of course, is the leader, but this is the dream team of chambers. It really is. I mean, not only are we the largest chamber on the west coast of Florida by a long shot, but we have the best team. And so with that, I just want to see if Jackie can maybe share a few words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and the fabulous team here at the city. It's an honor that you all would take time out of a really busy agenda looking at the audience to share recognition. As you all know, or may know, the Manatee Chamber of Commerce has evolved from its beginnings as the Bradenton Board of Trade, which was founded right here in 1889. So really, this award and the work that we're able to do to represent the business voice in Manatee County is based on generations of business leadership. People just like you who are willing to take a stand in what you believe in to ensure that our community and our region is always moving forward. So thank you. We are so honored to be partners with you all. And as Rick said, it is this team behind and to the side of me that allows this all to be possible, as well as the best business community in the country, if not on the planet. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. And council members?
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think both organizations this morning, anybody that's ever had any interaction with you has come away with nothing but wonderful success. And I think it is your success, the Chambers, that is helping us to be such a successful community and have a great atmosphere for people to come live, work, and play. So thank you for all your efforts. You're right. This is the dream team.
Ditto.
Thank you. I think what we can try to do maybe is gather you guys up there, and we'll kind of maybe stand up here, and we could maybe get a picture, Jeannie. We can try.
Mr. Mayor, one thing, it's no coincidence I'm wearing my Leadership Manatee pen. I'm happy to be on the Board of Governors, selected by my class last year. Thank you to Jackie and Tara and everyone who really made last year's class fantastic. I know today is a Leadership Manatee Day, so Katarina, somewhere in the audience, I believe, is
right.
Here because she has city business to do and can't be with the Leadership Manatee class.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's see if we can, you guys gather up in front there, and then we'll stand behind and see if we can get
We
the
push
picture.
the chairs.
Yeah, push the chairs up. I don't know, Jeannie, we'll try.
They're gonna get all the way up here.
Right. You'll be in the middle.
No, you're gonna have to get in over there.
Rick, you might have to kneel down a little.
Yeah.
If they're here, maybe.
Yeah. Jeannie, if
Sorry.
yes.
You want me to move to the side? I can't see you, can I?
Good, how you doing, Tara?
Is that all right?
Better.
But really you.
Well, they can't see me if I stand.
Yeah, you can stand in front of the camera. That'll.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Coming back.
Good to see you.
Hi. Good to see you guys. Good to see you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good to meet you.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Congratulations. Good work.
Madam Clerk.
Next on the agenda, we have Fire Department Employee Recognition.
Chief Gear.
Morning, everyone. Tim Gear, Fire Chief, City of Bradenton. Appreciate your time and working with us to help us recognize one of our members that is currently retired, just retired the end of the year, and we couldn't let her get away without recognizing her and her fine service to the community. I would like to call up former Fire Chief Gene Gallo, Chief Chuck Edwards, former Fire Chief, if y'all could come forward, and also Assistant Chief Brian Canaday, and also Captain Dana Tyndall. Thanks, guys. So as you can see, we got quite a number of years of history in the fire service right here in the city. But today we wanted to especially be here to honor Dana and her retirement. Dana spent 26 years, almost 27 years, we might as well call it 27 years, with the Bradenton Fire Department. She was hired in May of 1996. She worked her way up through the ranks, from paid EMT to lieutenant to captain, and never backed down on a challenge. She served as a strike team leader. She's attained multiple certifications, achieved the Public Safety Excellence's Commission on Professional Credentialing. She's taken on many projects that nobody else would, one of them being our clothing and safety gear, which is very challenging by itself when you're dealing with, 75, 77 people. We know that her heart has always been and committed to helping others, and not always in the human realm, but also her small animals and those animals that we come across in the community. So she's also got a heart for pets as well. There was a couple of things I wanted to read here. She grew up the daughter of a military man, and she's got a big history, with her father being in the military, and he served in Vietnam as a pilot. And so we got to share stories of that through the years and hear quite a few things about that, which really, just shows her background and where she came from. We also went to a lot of us went to the same fire academy, Tampa Fire Academy, and we shared the same instructors. And one of the write-ups she had, spoke of one of those instructors that I think we all held near and dear to our heart. And so, we've got a lot of common history together, especially in our job. Hurricanes, going back to Hurricane Charlie and just about every hurricane since then that's affected Florida, she's been on a strike team to deploy and assist in that matter. So I can name them all to you, but, from Elsa to Michael, you name it, to Charlie, she was there representing the city, and did an outstanding job. She's also received numerous volunteerism recognition letters from, Representative Greg Stubbe and many others through her career. She's received multiple unit citation awards. She was on my crew at one time when y'all allowed us to buy our first thermal imager, and we actually went to a structure fire and removed a fire victim using the thermal imager. So that was new for us. I believe Chief Edwards was my battalion. So, a good part of our crew is like standing right here now. And so it just shows the things that you allow us to get helps the community. But back to Dana, she's got the You Got Pride Award. Going way back, I say way back, but back to 2005, she was really involved with the Children's Burn Camp and Burn Center. And that's, really she stood out. And from there, they did a calendar back then that really benefited the burn camp, and all the proceeds went to that. So, really some interesting pictures around there, and, a lot of good history. And you can see why Dana's so pretty, and, and Chuck's awesome too. But that's right. So she gave in, and it was all for the kids, and it was just so amazing. And not only that, she and Chief Edwards and Chief Gallo, going back to the history of the formerly known as Community Haven, the Haven, have given, countless hours, and she is still serves as the fire elf every year at that event. And we're hoping that she'll continue to volunteer a little bit of time there, because we don't have a lot of applicants for that position. So one of Dana's quotes to live by: being a firefighter may not be crazy every day, and it's not what we do every day, but it's what we are willing to do any day when needed. That's worth all the training, preparation, hard work, and dedication. I'm so fortunate to have had a career that I absolutely love. And in her actions showed how much she loved her career and the Bradenton Fire Department and the city. So we'd like to recognize her, and this is just a small portion of what we have here for you, but a plaque. And we just want to say a great big thank you and congratulations in your next chapter in life. So. would ask all the uniformed firefighters to come up, and we'll get a photo, and also...
Chief Gallo, are you going to say anything? Yes. Yeah, let Chief Gallo go first, and then...
Yeah, my bad. I should give them the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity. I guess before I speak about Dana, I've got to admire the smartness that has come out in our mayor. I see that he has surrounded himself by the women and put poor Josh over there in the corner. So.
And by the attorney,
You're learning very quickly, Mayor.
By the attorney, if there's any trouble. So.
I just would like to speak about Dana just very short on how I feel about her and a little bit about it that maybe some of you don't know. I will tell you that I hired the first female firefighter that the city of Bradenton ever had back in the 80s, and didn't turn out too well. My first meeting with about 10 wives put me in my place that I hired a woman to come down to a place that we really didn't have the station set up to have a female firefighter, and it did not work out. But I have followed this young lady's career by talking to the firefighters that she worked with. And only one word describes her: amazing. She was not only a great firefighter, but she is a very, very great person. And that's the point I want to get to. When my wife passed away, there was quite a bit of people who came to my house, and brought food. Dana was the very first one in that first week, but she's never quit. She's a caring, loving lady who I love. And I was involved in the origination of, back then we called it Children's something, a little bit different, I think, Children's Haven. Her heart's in that. She goes every Christmas, and I'm willing to bet money that that's not going to quit, knowing her. But I just want this community to know that she is a treasure. I wish her all the best of luck on her new journey. Dana, I love you, darling.
All right, and so from the standpoint of the position of the council and the mayor's office, and obviously all the administration and everyone here, I mean, we don't see you every day like your brothers in the fire department and family over there, but we know how important you are and were to that department, obviously, and friendships that you've garnished over the years. But we just want to say thank you. And I was reading your email this morning. I know you're trying not to tear up, but we were tearing up as we were reading it. My wife and I read it out loud to her, so because obviously a little friendship there. But we appreciate what you've done, and words can't say enough, and what you've done for our city in the years. And it's good to get to retirement, but it's also bittersweet. So,
but it's good.
Well, thank you. So we appreciate you, Dana.
Thank you, City Council, Mayor, Fire Department, Chief. Can I have 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Did you guys know that you didn't think I would get away, right? Okay. You really didn't think I'd get away. And some of this stuff has already been brought up, but I'm really just humbled, and I'm honored to be recognized for literally just doing a job that I love, and I've done it every day. I'm thankful for the fact that you guys took a chance on me 27 years ago. Everybody. It was only my objective the whole time is just to always gain more knowledge and get a little more experience to be a valued asset to this department. From the time I was little, you mentioned my father, I was always told, girl, don't you ever quit, don't you ever give up, and don't ever let anybody ever tell you no. Here I am. So my stubbornness, sorry, Chief, my determination, sorry guys, and my perseverance was instilled in me a long time ago. You can thank my dad or blame him. I don't know, sometimes both. Throughout my career, I was really honored to have the support of Chuck Edwards. Without him, I wouldn't have made it to where I am, and I know that. And I really don't think I ever told him thank you. Over the years, I probably said some more things that I shouldn't have said, but thanks, Chuck. I'm so thankful for the support of our department, for the retirees, bless them all, and for you guys in the city council. It's been an amazing, amazing journey. Looking back over the years, I can honestly say it was literally the time of my life. The memories and the friendships that I've made, I'll cherish those forever. It's really been a great ride. I wouldn't change a thing about my whole career. Okay, that's not true. Maybe one or two little things, but take the good with the bad. So I may not be in my bunker gear anymore. I may not have that opportunity to put that on, but I'm going to remember that forever. Those are memories that will be with me the rest of my life. And then I have a few words that I wanted to say to the guys that are up and coming still there. You guys, I just always want you guys to be cognizant of who you are, what you represent, work with each other, help each other. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of what you've done, and know that you're going to do great things in the future. I know you will. All I can say is it's up to you guys now to carry on that legacy that started so many years ago. You guys, the future is yours, and just be proud of it. I know I am. Just remember, it's not what you do, it's who you guys are in your heart. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You did great, Dana. We want to call everybody up at this point.
Call everybody up for a photo, please.
Yeah. So maybe we do the same thing, kind of get in front here, and we can kind of stand behind.
You guys gotta go shoulder to shoulder so we can bring it in.
You can't see the camera. I can't see you.
Squeeze in. You gotta really squeeze it in. Tie it at 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Perfect. Really tight.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
That's me.
Are there no women left? What? Are there any women left? I don't know. There used to be.
Madam Clerk?
Next on the agenda are citizen comments.
Okay, this time, citizen comments will be accepted on any non-agenda items. Comments will be accepted on the public hearing and agenda items at the appropriate time. As per our policy, council members should withhold comment during the public hearings of the meeting until the conclusion of the public's comments. So, as you remember, we have 3 minutes. Please come forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. First, I have Kimla Morrell. Good morning, and you state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kimla Morrell. My address is 521 12th Avenue West in Bradenton. I have 2 things. The first thing on the agenda is I would ask the city if they would, there is a lot that is overgrown on 7th Street Court West and 11th Avenue. It is a view blocker, and it is very dangerous. The citizens have been asking if it could be cleaned up, because coming down the street, it's very dangerous. So if we could look into that, again, that is 7th Street Court West and 11th Avenue West, okay? Also, I want to let you know about Exodus Community Resources. Exodus Community Resources is a new community-based program that has been established to help and build our community by providing creative arts, educational tools, and a safe place for underprivileged and at-risk youth. It is our goal that the youth have the necessary tools that will enable them to achieve their full potential and become successful young men and women in our communities. The goal of Exodus Resource Center is to meet the needs by giving them a strong foundation that will help our youth meet their physical, emotional, spiritual, and educational needs. We believe providing each child with love, stability, direction, and motivation will give our children a hope for their future. Now, I have a lot here that I could read, but 12th Ave is where I live. There's been a lot of crime, a lot of things going on there. High crime, drug activity. The Bradenton Police Department has been coming in and helping. I want to say thank you for the efforts to Chief Bevins and her staff. We have a community meeting monthly with the citizens, so we very much appreciate that. You hear our voices. But I've lived on 12th Avenue since 2006, and what I've seen is a lot of the young people with nothing to do. They have moved the Bradenton Boys and Girls Club, and they also moved 13th Avenue Community Center, which gives them nothing. So at Exodus Community Resources, we use a 3E approach. We encourage them. We let them know that though you live in this environment, this does not have to be your environment. You can change it. We educate them, showing them how to do that, giving them different programs, exposing them to different things, positive things in this community, and empowering them. Education is empowering. Encouraging them is empowering. So this is why we need your help. One thing we need is computers. We're asking for 10 computers that we can do after-school programs. We have several programs. One is called Game On, where we're teaching about the metaverse, which is phenomenal. I'm just trying to get the universe together, and now they got this metaverse. But, so, we're teaching them. They're learning. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bill Sanders. Please come forward, state your name and your address for the record. Good morning.
Bill Sanders, 2502 Riverside Drive, East. I'm here to clear up some matters of January of last year. I take it month by month, and so this was about a year ago. How do I operate this? Okay. As you can see on this memo from Corey to all the legislative people, we were going to have a meeting with Mr. Perry regarding the CDP presentation the next day. I received this about 1 o'clock, didn't read it, but I did meet with Mr. Perry at 4:30, and the meeting was quite contentious. Mr. Perry, the next day, I asked that he not present this. He refused to do so, and the reason being is I committed to that developer that I would take it to you. That's singular, not plural. You got the right of first refusal. That's not right. So I discussed this with Ethics Commission in Tallahassee. I discussed it with Mr. Redisell separately, city attorney, and Mr. Perry separately as city administrator. This plan was presented as such on January 26th. You can see it was to purchase an entire remodeling Bradenton Herald building, 34,000 square feet, 3 stories, $3 to $4 million purchase, $4 million, roughly $7 to $10 million that we were going to sell this building to that developer and buy a building from them and let them remodel it. So we got there by that, and I said, look, has to be a bidding process. We just can't just pick and choose who wants to come in here and buy city properties. So we did get an appraisal of $10.4 million, which was only $400,000 above the unsolicited offer. Seemed quite unique to me that, we only got one appraisal versus 2 or 3 that we should have got, and that it was only $400,000 plus or minus 5% of the $10 million original offer was lead it to be suspect. And also we spent $8,000 or $10,000 on that. We spent $8,000 or $10,000 on a Miami attorney, not a local attorney, to clarify the statute of 163 that this building sits on in the CRA. So we had too much of that
Thank you,
going
Mr.
on.
Sanders. We'll move on. The next on the agenda, he kind of, Tal. Don't know the.
Mr. Mayor, I asked for more time.
No, sir, we're moving on. 3 minutes in the consent
In
agenda.
your
Thank
code,
you.
in your code of policy, it says that respectfully.
Mr. Sanders, we're moving
respectfully
on.
give people more time, and you're not doing that, right?
Mr. Sanders, we're moving on. It's 3 minutes. Tal. Well, if we have any more disruptions in the audience, we will ask you to leave. And if you will refuse to leave, you will be relieved. And shooting birds with a middle finger is not appropriate in this chamber. Sir, Tal, you can, we're not going to have debate here. Tal, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, City Council, for having me here today. My name is Talha Siddiq, Tal for short, and I live at 6609 27th Avenue West here in Bradenton. I'm here today to discuss the topic of protecting our city government from foreign interference by China. TikTok is a social media platform that is operated by ByteDance based in China. Over the past few years, this platform has seen a surge in popularity, especially among our youth, but buried underneath the platform is also, as the federal government's discovered, an operation to surveil and interfere in American government. Over the past year, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, and the FBI have all come out with their own statements and investigations saying that ByteDance, the parent company, was knowingly found to have supported the Chinese Communist Party, I'll just say CCP for short, and giving them access to this information. This information includes real-time location tracking, contact information, birthdays, phone numbers, face prints, your pictures of your face, as well as your voice prints. Since then, 29 states have come out and banned the use of TikTok from government-owned devices. Congress also passed a bill this past year banning the app from member and staff devices only. And various other cities and municipalities across the country, a few I've reached out to, have also enacted some form of a ban as well. I urge the City Council to implement a policy to ban the use of TikTok only on city-owned devices and only on city-owned networks in order to protect our citizens' data. I also urge the City Council to not create any official accounts and provide that level of support to this platform. I do believe the solution can be as simple as an email from the IT policy, from the IT department establishing a ban as policy, or it can be something as formal as a resolution or ordinance. The good news is that this is a problem that has been solved in many cities, counties across the country. But I do believe we have a unique opportunity to demonstrate leadership within this area, as we would be the first within the Tampa Bay area to implement such a ban, city or county. I do believe that this is an issue that I feel that this is the right thing to do for our citizens and our community. I believe we can set a good example for our neighboring communities and show that we do stand strong in protecting our government and only holding it accountable to us, the people, not to anyone else outside of it. I have created a one-pager that has a summary of the facts and some research. I printed it out and provided to you all. A special thank you to the city clerk. Appreciate you answering my phone call and emails, helping me get started here. If you do have any questions, my name is Tal. You feel free to give me an email at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rodney Jones. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Rodney Jones, 213 16th Avenue West. As required by federal law, I'm alerting the city of Bradenton that you have been named in a FBI complaint that now has been accepted. I will forward the case number to you. Several of you have been named in a corruption and racketeering scandal, very much related to the firm of Grimes Global and Galvano. We found that Senator Galvano has participated in mass land theft in the city of Palmetto for roughly about 18 years. It's already been substantiated. It's connected to a murder of Luther Ware. He's a large landowner in the city of Palmetto. He actually owns most of the central corridor of Palmetto. Now we understand the attack on LMA. Unfortunately for Mark Barnaby, he's at the center of it. He has admitted that it is Grimes Global that has passed a fraudulent will where they stole like millions in land. The Palmetto Youth Center sits on the land. Lincoln Memorial Academy sits on the land. The entire community of Jackson Park, where I grew up, sits on her land. So I'm alerting you, as required by federal law, that all of you have been named, specifically you, Marianne Barnaby and Jane Kocher, because it is against the law by oath of office for you to sit and be alerted of corruption. I've been down here for 4 years trying to report this stuff. Josh Kramer, you've been reported as well for your incidents. Now we've got a new problem. We came in last week to report a murder. We had a Sergeant Cruz come out. I think Melanie must have sent her out. I asked to speak to Chief Bevan. The young lady came out and presented herself as the supervisor of investigations. She was not. Her name is Sergeant Cruz. I did file a complaint, several complaints, that we were denied access one night to file a complaint because Crystal Ware, the landowner now, Ware's Creek, Crystal Ware, that's named after her relatives. It's been substantiated by historical documents. Ware's Creek is named after her. They own all that land in Palmetto that's been stolen. You think I get up here and say Senator Galvano stole some land? And you, as the number 2 police guy, you claimed you were the number 2 police guy at one time for some state. You can't be a number 2 police guy because you let him, 2 contradictory documents get presented here and you sat there and you didn't say anything. All that's captured on camera. The problem that you have is the majority of your criminal acts have been done on camera in front of everybody. And Marianne, you've been very motivated not to say anything because your husband's involved. It's too much influence by the firm of Blaylock and Walters. Blaylock and Walters is found to be involved in mass corruption here in Manatee County. And Scott Rudisell, you're involved as well. What you guys got, you got a racketeering scandal going on where you misadvise your clients and then you bill them to get them out of the hole. Mark Barnaby and Charles Johnson, your 2 principals, they billed the Florida League of Cities $146,000 for a document that they said was fraudulent. You guys are going to jail. May I have some extra time?
Jones.
This is a very serious matter, sir. I really appreciate some more time. Why wouldn't you let me speak? Why wouldn't you let me speak?
Mr. Jones, your time is up. We're moving forward. Donna Mathis.
Well, you've been alerted that you're all named in a criminal complaint, and I'll provide the case number, and I've also sent you an intent to sue as well. And I strongly, Mr. Rudisell, your license is on the line, sir. This is going down.
Jones, your time
so thank
is
you
up.
very much.
You've been asked to leave. Next will be Donna Mathias. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to share with you this morning. There is a push to change the character and heartbeat of downtown. A huge sales presentation is taking place to put a high-rise building on this site by our council. A very professional conceptual rendering of what Bradenton would look like with condos on the property, as well as a professional video supporting the sale of our waterfront park property has been produced. The sales pitch: look at the building that could go here. It will bring in much revenue. The untold story is that this conceptual rendering is of a 14-story building, not a 20-story building. Take a look at a 20-story building on this site. Then we are told that the City Hall can be moved to a location on 14th Street, and concerns surrounding safety at this location are only a perception. These are calls for service at an approximate 0.35-mile radius of both locations for the year. Only 14 out of 87 types were pinned to this graph. And I think you can certainly tell where the crime is. Speaking of crime, you say moving the police department away from downtown will improve the neighborhood it is going in. It would make sense that crime will come downtown if that is the case, making the tourist area of downtown unsafe. The city can't currently handle the traffic, parking, trash, and sewage. No longer are recycles picked up. In September alone, there were 34 million gallons of sewage released into the Manatee River, yet you want to bring more population to live downtown to stress our infrastructure. What happened to our 1965 city resolution, which recognized Talent Square as a complex devoted to the arts and sciences? The Municipal Auditorium, City Hall, Police Department are sitting on Talent Square. Where is the vision for downtown? We have a municipal auditorium that can be updated and give Bradenton a unique opportunity to have a venue on its waterfront unlike any other. Leave City Hall or the police department here and utilize part of the building for shops and retail that can be accessed from Main Street. Meet with your citizens. Where are the meetings to get input? Sales meetings are not the same as working with your citizens towards a unified vision. This will be one of the most important decisions you make. This property should not be disposed of, but should be used for its intended purpose for the benefit of the public. Once this is gone, we will never have it back. Let's improve our downtown waterfront so that it serves the citizens and visitors of Bradenton, where it would be vibrant and active, supporting all of the businesses downtown. This would be a place that people would be drawn to come to and to enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have... We're going to ask the audience to hold all applause during any type of public comment. You know, it's common courtesy to get through all of the comments till the end. So thank you. Moving forward, we have David Woodhouse.
My name is David Woodhouse, and I reside at the nearby Riverview, which is just down the street and is adjacent to the library. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you regarding the County Commission request to rezone the Central Library and the planned construction of 12 to up to 20-plus story buildings at City Hall and the Central Library site. If you allow me, by way of background, I am a semi-retired registered professional geotechnical engineer and a registered professional engineering geologist. Much of my work during my career dealt with the design and foundation for major structures such as high-rise buildings, nuclear power plants, dams, tunnels, etc. I currently offer my expertise as Woodhouse Associates on a pro bono basis. As a resident of Riverview, I am concerned not only with the visual impact of the building, but the potential damage to the Riverview from construction, and in particular the insulation of their foundations. My research has found that the area is underlain by interbedded alluvial sands and clays overlying the limestone bedrock. The area has also been filled with dredging from the Manatee River. I have contacted the building department, and they have researched their records and found out that this building, as well as the library, is on a pile foundation. Now, what we have now, you have to compare what is planned up to a 20-story building. Just think of the impact on that. My deepest concern, and it should be, is the effects of the new construction on the integrity of Riverview, and that could be applied to other buildings in the area. The concerns focus on the driving of pile foundations for these new buildings. Intense vibrations from such activities can potentially migrate through the bedrock and affect the integrity of Riverview as well as other buildings. And this will need to be addressed by the City Council. So let us put things in perspective. Just think of the magnitude of what you want to do. And I speak from experience. I've been down underground in the rock, and I can see what happens. And when these piles hit the bedrock, it sets off vibrations. And they will migrate through the bedrock, and they can migrate great distances according to the river view, and they can actually cause damage to the building. So I want you to think about that before you go ahead and say, let's build this building. I mean, if you want to put things in perspective too, just walk around, just double the size of the Spring Hill Suites next door to you. Or walk downtown and you can see the size of a 20-story building and a load it will put on a foundation. So these piles, what you have now, could be dwarfed, but you will have to put in there in the future. So again, think about that. Thank you.
We'll go to Ken Altergott. And next up will be Mary Porter. So just be prepared.
Okay, my statement will be a little history and a little bit of the present. My name is Ken Altergott. I'm at 1400 First Avenue or Baccarat Boulevard, which is right west of the library. I have been a property owner of the Riverview condo since 1986. The sales selling point was you could see the river from all 48 units. It was a big point of my purchase. When Miller Enterprise applied for a permit to enlarge the marina, the citywide meeting was held at the Manatee High School auditorium. Myself, Mr. Miller, who was a friend of mine, and many citizens were present. Miller wanted to enlarge the marina to the foot of 15th Street West. I stated that the view of the river would be spoiled by sailboat masts. With much discussion, the enlargement was moved to 14th Street, which is between Riverview Condo and the library. At that permit being issued, there was 5 blocks now that were being taken away from the people to sit and view the river because of the marina. The next discussion was car parking on the First Avenue or Baccarat. Mr. Miller said that it was not a problem because transits would not be using it. The agreement was made that no cars would be parked overnight on the boulevard. Weeks after it was opened, permanent boats were docked and owners were parked on the street. The city was contacted with no action taken. Since then, the city has decided to give marina parking only by permit. I did not know that that was made possible since it was a city-owned street and given to a private business. With We Are Parking removed, the guest parking for Riverview is going to be removed also when we have an overflow. The reason I'm reading this is because I feel that Riverview is getting squeezed very slowly over the years from what we originally had in '86 with the expansion of the marina and now this building going up. With the size of the new building proposed, one half of the east side of the Riverview condos will never see the sun or the river from their apartments, which they paid dearly for to get for that statement that was made by the sailor. The city residents should be considered as a good amount of tax money is received by the city from the Riverview Condo Association taxes. I advise the city to reject any possible permits to build a building that would replace the Manatee County Library. Save our landmarks, our city, from overloading our beautiful downtown area with autos and people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, is it Porter? Porte? Porty? All right. And then next will be Chris Williams. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mary Porty. My address is 1600 First Avenue West in Bradenton. Well, I'm reiterating what some of the other people have said that have come up here, that there's a great deal of concern about the possible building on the riverfront, not only for this building, replacing this building, but the library as well. As a resident, and I'm from Michigan, I'm a recent resident to Florida. The congestion in traffic is horrendous. You know, any time of day, it's just, you know, Manatee Avenue, Tamiami Avenue, and we're going to continue to add to that. I would like to know what the city council has planned as far as infrastructure, if you're going to add on these buildings. I understand there's also a development for low-end housing. So, you know, what do we have planned? I'm concerned about the river. As far as they've discussed already, debris, garbage, sewage going into it. I've seen I'd like to just say a few things here, the daily traffic increases, congestion levels, the limited parking downtown, which is another item. If we do build these high-rise buildings, what is the parking for that? There's very little parking downtown as it stands. The city sewer system and the city services. The Riverwalk is a beautiful asset the city of Bradenton has. It's one of the reasons I moved here. And I would just hate to see the congestion continue there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Williams. Then after Chris, we have, it looks like Ronald Lanahan, so be prepared. All right. Thank you, Chris. Welcome.
Good morning, City Council members, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you again. My name is Chris Williams, 1204 14th Street West in Bradenton, and we're here on behalf of the Salvation Army of Manatee County. Nearly 2 years ago, we identified that we were reaching the capacity of our family shelter, and that's the shelter on our property that houses women and children. And so we were being forced to turn women away due to capacity back out onto the streets of Bradenton. And so at that time, we endeavored to renovate an existing structure, existing building on our property to allow that space to let us accommodate another 24 women, pulling them off of the streets of Bradenton and putting them onto a path towards stability. I'm excited to share with each of you that we have raised the funds for this project completely and entirely. No loans, no grants, no government funding. We've raised the funds through members of this community, which shows us, and I would hope shows you, that we have the support of the community on this mission and for this project. We have worked with our contractor and our architect and have been funds in hand ready to go since before October of last year, which is when our permit was denied by the city. Now, the verbiage of that denial stated that the city is unclear if the form-based code will allow for an expansion of services in our area. But I submit to you that we've been serving the homeless population of Manatee County for exactly 100 years, as of this year actually, and specifically on that corner of 14th Street since 1952. We're not expanding our services one little tiny bit. And so we're here this morning to appeal to City Council and to try to get an answer as to why the city is standing in our way, keeping these 24 women on the streets of Bradenton every night. Mr. Mayor, I heard you, and I can appreciate that the City Council is here to listen. We appreciate that, but will not engage. And so instead of engaging, I'll ask that you remember a recent evening that you had here in Bradenton, where you stepped out of your vehicle at the end of the day and you thought to yourself, it's really chilly out here. And I want you to think about the 24 women that are on the street who likely thought the same exact thing, but will be forced to sleep on the street for another night. I look forward to speaking to you and seeing how we can work together to solve this problem as soon as possible. Thank you very much for the time.
Appreciate it. Moving forward, we'll go with is it Ronald or? Donald. Donald, okay, it's cursive. So Donald, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Don Lanahan. I live at 1600 First Avenue West here in Bradenton. I would thank you for allowing public comment because I think that's very important. I'm against the sale of the City Hall and the library to developers. I would tell you that we moved here from Oregon, which is a beautiful state, because of the beautiful river that's here and the weather and the community that Bradenton is. I fear that developing these properties, which are beautiful properties, one of the reasons we came here, will just turn Bradenton into another Sarasota. We could have gone down there and lived, but it was so much more family friendly here in Bradenton. So I would urge you to think about the infrastructure. Mary talked about the traffic on Manatee. That's going to get worse. The sewage system is going to get worse. I read in the paper that the utilities like water, there's going to be issues with water because of the people moving in. The garbage rates, that's a contract that gets renegotiated, I think, in October, and they think that the rates may go up 40, 50%. What's going to happen with all that, with more development down on the river? So I would just say that I'm against the sale of that. I think we should keep Bradenton the way it is, the reason we moved here. And thank you for listening to people, because it's important.
Thank you, we appreciate it. And then now Mark Mahoney. And after Mr. Mahoney will be Richard Reed. Good morning, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Mark Mahoney. I'm a resident of 1650 First Avenue West, which is located in the great neighborhood known as Pleasant Point in Bradenton. Our neighborhood bonds together in time and need and great causes, and we've done that in the past, and this is one cause that our neighborhood is banding together for. It would be a travesty to build a multi-level housing high-rise development in the heart of Bradenton across the beautiful Manatee River. Currently, our local residents enjoy the Bishop Museum, the Riverwalk, the Bradenton Public Library. With the proposal for building high-rise and selling it off to the highest bidder would only isolate our lovely community here. Our neighborhood and the rest of the city needs to expand and grow in a positive way for the people. A model that we can be proud of in the cities and towns that would envy us. We are in need for a vibrant downtown waterfront district with retail shops, restaurants, theater, and the arts. We respectfully request the mayor, and the city council to make the right decision in this matter and rethink of the impact this will cause in the future. For us today, our children, and our grandchildren, for living in this beautiful town of City of Bradenton. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Reed.
My name is Richard Reed, and we own the property at 101 20th Street Northeast, and this is my son Stryker. We purchased this property in December of 2021 with the intent of having a father and son project where I could teach my son life lessons to rebuild this house from the ground up. The house was completely dilapidated, the roof was falling in, nobody would buy it, and there were multiple fines of $70,000 on this property. And because of that, we went to Volker, the code enforcement officer, trying to be able to purchase this property. And in doing so, he said that if we purchased it and we could renovate it, we could go back to the magistrate and have the fines dropped to as low as $2,500. And because of this, we entered into agreement to purchase the property, knowing that. We applied for a permit to redo the roof in March, and then we applied for another permit to completely renovate the whole entire house in June. They said it would take a long time for the permit to go through. We hadn't heard anything for quite some time. I contacted the city in September because we hadn't heard anything, and they said our permit was denied. And at that point in time, I was trying to figure out why it was denied. We called up to the city, tried to get in touch with the building official, Patrick Wenzel. I had probably 10 calls into them without any return calls, emails. My son tried to do the same. And we went up there, spoke to them, and they said that we might not be able to renovate the house because of the elevation of the house. So they had us get an elevation certificate, and they confirmed that we would have to actually tear down the walls or build a stem wall to be able to start the construction of this house. So we went through and we ended up deciding to just do a demolition permit, which was just in the last month. After we got the demolition permit, I talked to Volker. He said it would be okay because there was some non-compliance since we've owned it, trying to get the permit since June. We would have to have two hearings. One hearing for the prior owner that had all of the fines on it, which we have assumed, knowing that we could take the fines down to $2,500, and the fines since we were in non-compliance because we've had to wait this long to get the permit. He said that each one of those would be a $2,500 issue that we could go to the magistrate. So that was in December, and literally 2 days after I got the demolition permit, I got a lawsuit papers from the city of Bradenton saying that they're going to enforce the $75,000 fine. So not only are we going into this trying to renovate this house, but we got terrible news that we would have to tear down the house completely instead of just renovating it, which is, you know, a costly issue for us in trying to make this project work. But now we have this issue with, now we have a lawsuit after going through this, and they're telling us that they can't reduce the fines less than $75,000. I just want to have transparency. I'd like to be able to meet with the council without, or anyone without attorneys, and just try and work something out so that we can proceed with this project and make this house a nice house for the community and just improve it.
Thank you. And what we'll do is have, if you want to have a seat there, you're the last on the, of citizen comments, so if you want to have a seat, then we can kind of go through the next steps. Mr. Perry probably will reach out to you, or reach there, but. All right, so a couple of comments that I think now that we're done with citizen comment, and then I'll go to the council. One of the things that we really have to do is, for the citizens and information that's come out today, is get all the facts out there on the different proposals that are out there possibly. We do not have anything to do with the library property right now. That is the county, it's your county commission. We don't have anything on the books. There's nothing being talked about. There was some information in the past, but as of right now, there is nothing on with the library that we're dealing with up here, and it hasn't even come to us, and I don't even believe that it'll come to us, you know, from the county. So that's something that could be down the road, and we'll have to deal with that. As far as the City Hall property, yes, that is being talked about. That'll be next Wednesday. There's another workshop that's gonna happen, or a meeting in that. So some of those things will keep coming up, and we encourage you to keep coming and talking and learning more of what's going on. Mr. Perry, did you want to address a couple of things with that? Some of the.
I just appreciate folks coming in.
Right.
I mean, obviously, they're folks that are nearby neighbors to the project. I understand some of the apprehensiveness, and there's some misinformation out there that will be clarified, I think, over the course of the project itself. But we're looking forward to working with these neighbors as well as the citywide, because the decision, I think, that in talking with council is a citywide decision as far as how to, you know, how to proceed and the merits of proceeding and the manner. And so it's a significant generational project for the city, and I know that my superiors on council take it very seriously, their duty, and that we have kind of committed to moving right opposed to fast.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of the things, and I don't think that, you know, there's some issues brought up about different properties and different things. You know, there's going to be a lot of discussion going forward on opportunities and options of all properties that might be available depending on how we go forward in moving in that. Another thing I did want to address, a gentleman talked about garbage pickup. Well, the article in today's paper was the county garbage pickup, not the city. We do our own. We don't contract that out. Yes, we have changed the recycling, but I've said all along, and I know that Councilwoman Coker had a meeting in one of her neighborhoods last week and talked about things. Recycling will be better in the city of Bradenton in the future. You look at many towns in the state of Florida, they had to, instead of trying what we did to continue recycling at a different level to improve it, they actually eliminated recycling. Polk County, I believe it was, a few months back, eliminated garbage pickup for a while. So they had issues. So this isn't a city of Bradenton issue, but I am very confident that when all comes to this council and decisions are made for recycling, the citizens of Bradenton will not only be recycling a lot more, will be happy with what comes out of it. And so, you know, sometimes you have to do things in a business to take one step to get to that second step to make it better. And I'm very confident that that'll happen. And some of that will involve Manatee County and the city of Palmetto, because they're having the same issues with their garbage pickup. Then it goes to recycling. So very confident that, you know, that part of it will be there. And I'm very confident that our water and sewage treatment plant, there was a mention of that during the hurricane there was some issues. I'm confident with the plan that our Public Works and Mr. Perry are working through that we will be able to improve that. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen in a timely manner. So any council wants to weigh in on anything was said? Mrs. Coachman?
Yes. I've said it before and I will say it again. Having citizen comments is so valuable because then we hear what our city is thinking. I took just a few things out of what I wanted to make a comment about. Ms. Muriel, it's always a pleasure to have you here. And we hear you. I'm sure our Director of Public Works heard you, and our Chief of Police heard you as well. And in terms of the Resource Center, that is definitely a need on the west side of Ward 5. So we definitely hear you. Another comment I wanted to bring out, there was mention of, if the police department headquarters moves from this location to another, that it's going to benefit the other area of town and the service here would decline. That's far from the truth. The building is not protecting you. It's the men and women that are trained to make sure we're safe. Yeah, there'll be a building. The optics would be great that, oh, it's here, safer place. But the building's not really what's making us all safe. So just to let you know that if that happens, you won't lose in any of your security. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the Salvation Army. Again, we hear you. You have to understand that we have a whole bunch of other things that fall into the realm of those kinds of decisions. But we definitely hear you. I actually personally know some women and their children that have had to use your services. I work in a middle school, and it's a Title I school. So I'm quite aware. But just letting you know, we hear you.
Thank you, Ms. Coachman. All right.
I'll just say
Yes.
real quick,
Ms.
to just piggyback Councilwoman Coachman's comments, that I agree that the public comment is fantastic and super important, and I would encourage everyone to continue to do it. I would encourage you to also make the same comments to your Manatee County Board of, or the commissioners, regards to the library. And that I appreciate Mr. Perry's comments, better to do it right than fast. And I think that we're taking all of the projects under consideration with that mindset of a bigger plan. And I'm encouraged in my conversations with Mr. Perry that we are going to pursue that so that we don't make rash decisions that we regret later for our future generations.
Thank you. All right. Mr.
Briefly,
Turner.
Ms. Morell, I'm quite happy that it seems like the tide has turned a touch from the first time you came to speak in front of council, where you were not too happy with what was going on 12th Ave and the police involvement. It's a testament to the community involvement of your community, along with the officers and the community policing initiatives that Chief Bevins brought forward. I had a lot of my neighbors here from Point Pleasant today. It was good to see. I've been in contact with Ms. Mathias quite a few times, and I know they're very Bradenton concerned citizens are who they are, and they have well-founded needs. But as a resident of downtown myself, I'm encouraged by positive discussions on this topic.
Thank you. All right, moving forward. Madam Clerk.
The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and
We do have a comment, public comment by Bill Sanders before we make anything further. So if you come forward, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes per item, or 3 minutes for the whole consent agenda?
3 minutes total.
Total?
Yes, sir.
Well, the consent agenda is quite lengthy. We've gotten into now the alphabet for the second time. That concerns me, that we have a consent agenda that's that long, that we're approving things with the sweep of a ink
State
pen.
your name and address for the record.
Bill Sanders, 2502 Riverside Drive.
Thank you.
This has begun under your tenure Mr. Mayor, that to allow more consent items than we've ever had before. And to the new council members, I'm giving you a warning. You need to look at the consent agenda and look at the details of each item, because sometimes in those items are things that you might not like and then you might not read, assuming that it's not important. But I saw a $3 million item that was in there that did get pulled out, and it's very important. I've seen a lot of stuff in there that's very important, and I've always been able to pull it out, and I think you need to consider that, and you need to question why we have so much on the consent agenda versus open to public scrutiny and more details. I just gave you an example of getting information late in the evening to discuss the next morning. Yesterday, this meeting agenda came out Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. Then we have a holiday Monday, so you can't get information. I couldn't get any of the information, and our clerk did finally send it to me at 4:54 p.m. last night. So I haven't had time to absorb this. I don't think that's fair to me as a resident. I don't think it's fair to anybody else as a resident. But on here, you have two items. One was a social policy and a social media. I see that it didn't include podcast. I don't know if that's going to be included or not. But I also see that you've changed some language in there to stop. But one of my big concerns is that you're not allowing a public comment. And I've always been told that as an elected official or as a city body or a governing body, you have to let the public comment. Now, if they're getting abusive language, cussing, swearing, that type of stuff, you don't have to allow that. I understand that. But to not have an opposition to what you're putting out there in social media or your other memoranda is not fair to the public, and I think it's a violation of the statute. And your attorney can apprise you of that, but I think there's some, it's a long document. I didn't have time to read it. Obviously, I got it at 4:54 yesterday. So I think that there's some items that needs to be discussed, and one of them is elected officials using social media and other forms of media that the city taxpayers pay for to discredit other city members. Thank you.
Thank you. No other? Yes, sir, Mr. Perry.
Briefly on that, I think it's important for citizen Sanders to be corrected, because each and every council member I met with yesterday, and many I'd met with on specific issues prior to that, this council took very serious due diligence, which each and every item on the agenda, when we make the contention that we're into double digits now with the A through BB, most of these are fairly ministerial. Approval of meeting minutes, 4 or 5 of them. Transfers from last year's budget to this year's budget and the like. As it relates to social media, I was particularly offended by Citizen Sanders. And that is because the very issue of why this is before council involved politicization on social media regarding, in one case, a handicapped child. So we are trying to utilize modern social media standards we have adopted from other jurisdictions to provide a platform in today, 2022's, 2023's world of technology, at the same time as a communication vehicle, at the same time bringing
Mr. Sanders, please, if you're going to continue to disrupt this meeting, you're going to be asked to leave. So please, you've already had your citizen comment.
Trying to bring some order and legality, which permeates communications from government to its citizens. So I've met with everyone on this issue. I believe that all of the questions were addressed. It is mimicked and modeled after accepted policies in other jurisdictions. Its intent, purpose, definition, policies, and procedures are designed to bring, again, order and reasonableness to the city's use of technology for communication purposes.
Right, and I think one of the important things to note, especially to the new members, is during the holiday, and in January, we ended up only having one meeting. November, you have one meeting, December, one meeting. January, because of some training that the staff had to have, we had to have one meeting. So when you look at that, normally when we have a meeting every 2 weeks, there's about half the amount of stuff on the consent agenda. So from the standpoint of what's happening, and like you said, Mr. Perry, a lot of it is ministerial stuff that has to be done that you wouldn't put it on just a regular item. So you're not going to see this many consent agendas except for when there's the 1 month meetings because of the timing of the holiday and situations. And like I said, it's most important, and I said this earlier, is to look at the facts, look at the truth, look at the things. There was several things during that citizen comment that was thrown out by individuals that is just not true. And again, some of it isn't worth addressing because we've been addressing it for years by one individual particularly that throws so much negativeness out in the city that we need to work positive. I just wanted to make one more comment before we go. We met for Exodus and we talked about things and the youth in that area. We need a center in that area. Part of some of the process that can go forward in some of our future city growth will make that possible. Because if I had a magic wand or if I had won that lottery, mega millions, which was billions, some of that stuff could have happened. But unfortunately, we can't tax our way out of it. Some of the things you have to do, and it's about the children. So for all of us, and especially me, it's about that generational part and telling the truth. So thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda
All right.
as presented.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and
Discussion.
a second. Any discussion?
I just wanted to make one comment. I really had hoped that with the new council, that we would not have this constant criticism of us, that we aren't doing our job and we're trying to hide things and we're corrupt. And yet here again we are. And I just want to make sure that the public knows. We review all of this. This is all public record. I did meet with our administrator. I went through it all. So contrary to what's being purported here, we are very thoughtful in our votes, even if it is on the consent agenda. Even if it's on the consent agenda. That's all I want to say.
Mr. Mayor?
Any further discussion, Ms. Barnaby?
Yes, and I wanted to also just remind that 6 of the items on the consent agenda are things like the appointments to the police pension board or the reappointments to the fire pension board and the MPO Citizens Advisory Network. These are things that we traditionally do in January, and they're always on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Really quickly, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
That to the extent that anything on the consent agenda was affected by public comment, a gentleman did speak to social media apps. And so while I have read the proposed policies and whatnot, I'm sure that, just to note that perhaps our communications director would like to take that under advisement and figure out if there's something that needs to be addressed.
And that has been being talked about.
Okay.
Okay, it is out there, and it will be coming up when I think a little more information is out there. So, thank you, though. All right, so we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
and 1.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Next, we're going to administer the oath. For anyone wishing to address City Council during the following public hearing, will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Please, we'll have order in this chambers. Good morning, Ms. Singer.
Hi, I'm jumping the gun.
Do you want me to read it? Next is special use permit SU.21.2109, residential care center in the UCC, urban commercial corridor, zoning district located at 1803 5th Street West, Bradenton, Florida 34205. parcel ID number 44938000209.
Good morning, Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. What's before you today is a request for a residential group home facility within a urban commercial corridor zoning district to be located at 1803 5th Street, or excuse me, let me make sure I have that correct. To be located with a placement that formerly housed a youth substance abuse center. This item was heard by the Planning Commission in September of 2021. It then went on to City Council in October of 2021. It was continued from that meeting because to paraphrase, it was the opinion of City Council that there was not enough input from both the fire department and the police department. We wanted to confirm occupancy rates. The request at that time was for 30 residents. The police department had some concerns about prior uses and how some of their issues would be addressed through this new process. So I'm going to go ahead and go through this because we have new members of City Council who weren't here for the original presentation, and also would like to enter the presentation and report into the record. This aerial map depicts the location of the center. It has to the east of it the Manatee County Juvenile Detention Center. To north of it, Manatee County Automotive Repair and Service area. There's 2 automotive uses across the street, and then there is residential single family to the west and southwest, and then a large multiple family residential development directly to the south of the site. And this again depicts the adjacent uses to the subject parcel. The property is located in the UCC, Urban Commercial Corridor District. It is just outside of the form-based code, which is immediately to the west and somewhere to the north of it. It is also within the UCC future land use designation, which allows up to 10 dwelling units per acre. There is a conversion factor which would allow on this parcel, given its size, up to 60 beds just by zoning standards. However, occupancy for this facility is based on the physical limitations of the site and of the building. Their request originally was for 30 residents. They reduced that request since your last hearing on this to 27 beds for this facility. It's located in Ward 5. It is just outside of the 14th Street CRA and south of the Central CRA. So again, the applicant is requesting to utilize the existing building for a group care home to house 27 adolescents who, as the petitioners indicated, they feel are at risk for sex trafficking or other kinds of trafficking for this facility. It's a protective environment. It is not fully a lockdown facility. I believe they give in some of the backup materials how they intend to house this. People, the residents wouldn't just be walking in and out of the site that without supervision. They will be supervised if they choose to leave the facility, or even when they're on site within the facility. The site, again, it's located with the UCC future land use category, which supports a residential base density of 12 units per acre. According to land use regulations purposes, 6 beds constitutes 1 independent unit. And so while the site may support 60 beds by density entitlement, the current building and site cannot. So the initial request is to be for 27 beds. And that would be, if you chose to approve it, your decision today one of our suggested criteria, if you choose to approve it today, would be that if they increase it above 27 beds by whatever means, even if it doesn't exceed the 20% threshold for a special exception or special use increase, that it still come back to City Council for anything over 27 beds. The history of the site, it was constructed in 1970. It was originally part of the Manatee County Juvenile Detention Center. The building was sold to Manatee Glens in 2011, and the building was used as an adolescent recovery center at that time. The site and building have been vacant for more than 10 years. On August 8th, 2018, City Council adopted Ordinance 3019 for a reassignment of a future land use category from residential medium density to UCC urban commercial corridor, and to rezone from R2, which is 1 and 2 family dwellings, also to the UCC urban commercial corridor. While it was approved for a residential group care facility in 2018, they didn't take advantage of that approval, and it lapsed for more than a year. And that's why they're back before you today. They can't rely on that because they didn't take advantage of it. This is the survey, a little difficult to make out, but I tried to put it in a similar orientation to the other plans that were submitted. But this is the existing structure. The setbacks generally exceed the setbacks required, and there's another accessory building in this location, and this again indicates the site layout with parking in the front. They're not proposing to change the parking, and the code would not require any increase in parking given the current facility request for 27 beds. And this again gives you the floor plan. Since their last meeting, they employed an architect, Darren Autry, who has met with the fire marshal and confirmed that the occupancy for this building can accommodate 27 beds in the current facility without any additions or expansion. Group care facility is defined as a facility of 7 or more persons for the purpose of providing care, frequently health care and counseling. This category includes congregate living facilities, emergency shelters, recovery homes, and residential treatment facilities. So it's under that that they are proposing this facility. The facility will be licensed by the Department of Children and Families as a home care for adolescents who are at risk of being sex trafficked, as described in Section 39-524 of the Florida statutes, and I've included that in the presentation here so you can see what they're talking about, and it talks about the parameters of what constitutes safe harbor placement. So we are going, it's compliant, we're finding from a zoning perspective, it is compliant with the general standards, and we're included here in the review criteria for the suitability of the site and access points, and then it goes into a number of different criteria, and that's all outlined in the staff report. But as a summary here, that the property has historically been used for similar housing of adolescents, and so we find that it has proved suitable for that use. The site, they're not changing ingress and egress, and the location and design of the parking is adequate for the site and for the use. The location and design of the refuse area also will remain as proposed, as existing. Utilities are sufficient. In terms of screening and buffering, the physical attributes of the proposed use do not introduce any nuisances specifically or hazards, is generally compatible with surrounding uses in that it is a residential use. This facility essentially is 24/7 residential use. There is a minimum 10-foot perimeter buffer that is required by the general standards for a special use permit, with the exception of the north side where the applicant is requesting a relief from the 10-foot buffer. The proposed, no really additional signs proposed. There's already a freestanding sign and wall sign that would be changed. Now, effect upon the surrounding properties, the use shall not hinder the development of nearby vacant properties or adversely affect their economic value. In our original report, we did find that, it was a continuation of a similar use that had been there before. However, as the police department has looked at this more in depth, and they've looked at similar uses in the surrounding area, and their impact on the community, there is, and I would allow the police department to speak for themselves, but my understanding of their concerns about the use have to do with the possibility of runaways, additional calls to the area, and compatibility of that probability with the surrounding residential area. In other words, there would be potentially an increase in calls to the facility as a result of reactivating it under this proposed use. In terms of the adequacy of land or building which to be used, again, it's already been used for this facility, and per the fire marshal's interpretation and review, 27 beds can be accommodated at this facility under the fire codes. And then again, we get into general compatibility or appropriateness with adjacent properties and other property in the district, with special consideration given to the proposed hours of operation. There is the potential, because of the nature of the use, that there could be, adolescents who are allowed to exit the facility or who attempt to run away. It is not a lockdown facility per se. They are allowed to leave, but they have indicated in their documents their intention to make sure that anybody leaving the facility at their own choice has a safe place to go, and they be transported to that location. However, that is, I believe, remains a concern for the police department, and I believe they will be coming up to address that. No real environmental issues, and in terms of density and use, it is compatible with the comprehensive plan, or I should say consistent. So we've modified our recommendation from the last time in that we had talked about occupancy being dependent on building and fire codes. That remains, but we're saying also it should not exceed 27 beds under this approval, and that if they wish to increase the occupancy in the future, a new special use permit approval would be required. Then we're also suggesting that they maintain a non-climb security fence of 10 feet in height if gated if gated entrance is provided, then the gate must include a method to access for EMS, PD, and fire. So again, Planning Commission had not seen the input from the police department. They had reviewed it based on the prior proposal for 30 beds. And they met and held a public hearing and voted for approval, to recommend approval rather, September 15th, 2021. And then the architect, Mr. Autry, is here to answer any questions.
Scott, you have a funny look on your face.
I was just going to suggest that if we're going to have the police department provide testimony on this, they should come up as part of the staff presentation now.
Well, I'd like to probably ask the fire department first, and then the police department, so to hear that, and then we can have the applicant. Chief Gear.
One thing, just looking at the overall situation, is I'm in between fire marshals, so that does play a factor right now in the approval process. So I would ask for a little time in order for my new fire marshal, who should be appointed in the next week or so, to review the plans, have a chance to look at them, and give his final word on it along with me. The other concern that was kind of brought to light is just dealing with the type of facility it is, and then, theoretically, I just wanted to make sure and verify with the architect that the alarm system in place will do what it's supposed to do. I wanted to verify that as well. So not to put the brakes on it or cause, a big inconvenience, but, I would appreciate a little more time just due to a couple factors on our end.
All right.
Okay.
Chief Bevan.
concerns have to do with the security system, by the way, and how the fire alarm acts, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I just want to kind of go through a couple points, not to talk you in or out of anything, but just some concerns on behalf of the police department. This isn't, this is very similar to any other kind of business or building or residential housing that pops up in the city. You know, you usually hear me starting with, let me figure out how many more police officers you may or may not need to satisfy, you know, the issues that may come with any kind of growth throughout the city. I wanted Sergeant Pilot to just briefly go through some of the issues that he's found out with some of his research.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The children's...
Sergeant, could you state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Aaron Pilot, Sergeant with the Bradenton Police Department.
It's his birthday tomorrow, too, but...
The facility would serve as a residential care facility for teenagers at risk for sex trafficking. The definition through the state specifically states history of running away and or homelessness as being one of the key factors of children that will be cared for. Another facility nearby also, according to their definition, we provide short-term residential care and counseling, offering a safe refuge for homeless and runaway, which is the family resources less than a mile from this facility. So our concern is this facility being similar could produce numerous calls as the family resources. The existing facility, again, less than a mile away. 80 calls for service last year, ranging from child abuse, missing or runaway juveniles, disturbances, and mentally ill children calls. Currently this year, we've already taken 6 calls there, and 2 runaways have already been taken from that facility, reports. The family resources also has locked doors, 2 sets of front to the front door of locked doors, and residents are, according to them, not allowed to walk out, but they consistently report runaways from the location. Like I said, over 15 children last year were reported missing and 2 currently. The facility is less than 1,000 feet, 1.1 miles away from the Homeless Resource Center, potentially exposing any runaway or walkaway to potential dangers of homelessness or increased sex trafficking risk. In addition to the large homeless population who frequent the area for the services found at this Homeless Resource Center, there are over 45 sexual offenders and predators who are registered within 1 mile of the proposed site. That's according to the Sheriff's Office website. As many of these children are at risk for sex trafficking and abuse, purposely housing them in an environment known to be populated in that increased area would be of concern. The area of the proposed site is a high crime area, known for narcotics use and prostitution. This is another significant problem or concern, as several studies show a link between runaway and homeless at-risk children are highly likely to use narcotics, as published by the National Library of Medicine. Those are our concerns at this time. I did receive a response back, and in the last response, it said the facility will not use physical control, chemical restraint, nor does it utilize any holding cells. So our concern is if you're not holding on to them and they are able to leave, we're going to be the ones being called. Thank you.
And just to add a little bit to that, and he did an excellent job, 80 calls for service is significant. 80 calls for service on average, let's assume taking each officer an hour plus to handle those calls. If that was your house, most businesses, that would be considered a nuisance. That is a considerable draw on city resources, obviously on Bradenton Police Department resources. I think that's a great area in need of revitalization, because that is an area where we've focused a lot of our efforts. It's within the CRA, and we're trying anything and everything we can do to improve housing, to improve blight and slum. You've probably seen a step up, us working directly with Turning Points and trying to work better with the management to, deal with some of the issues that we've seen are offshoots to that facility being there and how it impacts the neighborhoods surrounding that. And it does impact the neighborhood, and this will impact the neighborhood. You all receive our Watchman reports frequently. Almost everything you see when it comes to some of the violence within the city is what? It's youth related. We're doing a lot of great programs right now with our youth. We put a lot of money towards them. We put a lot of resources toward them, but we're doing it programmatically. things that we think can create future leaders. Our concern is simply the revolving door that we've seen in the past with this type of facility, and when those kids head out the door, and they will head out the door, there's nothing there to stop them, what they're going to be subjected to. We all know that Turning Points does house a high number of sexual predators. That kind of goes hand in hand, and we're basically putting people who we have identified as high risk for human trafficking right next to the coyote den, so to speak. So those are our concerns. That's all. We're here for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions, Chief? Mr. Perry?
Just briefly, as Chief, if you and Sergeant Pilot could just stay up there. I think you've outlined some of your concerns regarding the facility's use, and the impact on the surrounding and adjacent community and neighborhood. I just want to kind of connect the dots and close the loop, so to speak, with the criteria, and specifically under Section G, which says the effect upon the value of surrounding properties. The use shall not hinder the development of nearby vacant properties or adversely affect economic values. And I know you're not a property appraiser, for sure, but does high crime usually relate with lower property values? In your experience with 30-plus years of law enforcement?
My goodness, yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that, just for the purpose of the record?
Slum, blight, crime. We probably on average, I don't know, maybe 3-4 calls a month to my office of people who want to move into the city of Bradenton. And I would do the same thing if I was moving somewhere. It's exactly what I did when I moved here. I wanted to see what the crime rate was, what the calls for service, what was going on from a police perspective within the neighborhood in which I was moving to. Let's go back to that 80 calls for service and think about in that area how that could significantly impact. Somebody calls up and makes a call. Not only are they going to deal with the Turning Point calls, and I'm going to guess, and I don't know this for sure, but I'm going to guess we probably don't even respond to Turning Points 80 times during the month. But we do with Family Resources. Imagine somebody calling up and saying, hey, I want to develop, I want to move, I want to build, and they get, well, there was 350, by the time you combine them all, calls for service in that area, ranging from, and it's not all crime, it's quality of life issues. We all know that we don't respond to, crime all the time. It's quality of life, it's a variety of things, but that all parlays into economic growth and impact to an area.
Councilor Barnaby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Forgive me, I am trying to find where this is addressed. Is this facility only for City of Bradenton kids?
So I did speak to some of the representatives, or one of the representatives. They indicated that it would be for community kids, but I'm not sure how that. I'm not sure how that could be managed. I would have to guess that it would be youth from a variety of places. I don't know that you could segregate, Bradenton from the county, from even other counties. I can't answer that question, but that means that question has not been answered.
Okay. Well, I am interested in finding out that information.
Councilor Coker?
Yeah, this may not just go specifically, it applies here, but it also applies on several things that we've been discussing. We have almost 500,000 people that live in the county of Manatee. We have 55,000 in the city, and I think it is time for the county and other municipalities to start stepping up to the plate with some of these social services. Like as Councilwoman Barnaby said, that's not going to be just serving the city of Bradenton. And now all of a sudden, all these people are going to be put into this facility and other facilities, and our BPD has to deal with it. And our fire department has to deal with it. And I think it's time for other areas to start stepping up to the plate instead of putting it all in the city of Bradenton.
And our taxpayers are paying for it.
Absolutely. And the quality of life is being affected in that area because they don't want it on they've got their beautiful Main Street at Lakewood Ranch, and so they don't want to mess up their areas. But we got to worry about our property values.
And if I can just add, listen, don't get me wrong, we need facilities like this. We need programs. We need a lot of things. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be in somebody's backyard, but I'm telling you it shouldn't be there. The Turning Points facility right next door gravely, gravely concerns me. You know, just the general makeup of that area, it concerns me. But I'm not going to tell you there's not value in programs like this. There absolutely is. That placement, I just don't think that makes for a really good, you guys have been out there, that's just not a good spot for housing, 30 kids who are already experiencing trauma in their life. They're going to walk out that door, and what are they going to be faced with? More trauma.
Can I ask a
Counselor
question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Coachman, and then Kramer, and then Moore. The order I saw kind of looking.
Thank you, Mayor. I was about to say pretty much what you just said, Chief. There's absolutely the need. There's a need for more than 27 beds. The concern is if we're thinking about the purpose of a facility such as this, that particular area may not be conducive to its success. But definitely there's a need. As a mom, of course, if I was a mom and had a troubled child, I definitely would want them to receive all the help they could. But I'm listening to your concerns as well.
Counselor Kramer?
Thank you, sir. One thing Sergeant Pilot mentioned is that the child to be there has to have a history of running away and/or homelessness. I think a lot of times, missing children, we think like, oh, it's a missing child. We have to, it's a severe, possible abduction situation. Whereas a runaway, a lot of times society says, oh, it's just a runaway. Regardless, no matter which it is, once any child leaves that facility and goes into that area, that child's going to be endangered.
Mhm.
And that's my biggest concern.
We discussed yesterday, I said, would we put a middle school there? Would we put a high school there? Would we put a daycare facility there?
Counselor Moore?
Could you explain a little bit more about the difference between a facility that is a detention center lockdown versus the type of flexibility that the children might have in this facility? Supervision versus lockdown.
So I'm not an expert. There's only, in fact, Mr. Perry could probably provide more information. I appreciate that they've put in barriers, right, to dissuade somebody from walking out. And I'm quite certain that there's going to be somebody that says, hey, we don't want you to leave. Please stay. They're going to have involvement and an engagement. But at the end of the day, those youth cannot be held against their will. It's not a secure facility. So if they want to leave, they're going to say, I'm walking out that door and you're not going to stop me. As he mentioned, they can't use force, they can't use chemical, they can't use anything to keep them there. I heard the planning director say that they're going to arrange for a ride. Well, they can certainly do that, but if the person says, I don't want to ride, I'm walking, they're going to be allowed to do that. It just is how it is. Secure detention facility, they don't get out. They're there because of a criminal act, and they've been remanded to the custody of the county or the state. Big difference. I do appreciate they're putting up a lot of barriers, and they're probably going to try their best to do intervention. But we know from experience, I know from experience, I've dealt with this in the places I've worked, that, that's just not how it works. They have freedom to move about.
Yeah. Did I understand, Ms. Singer, that the previous use of this was actually a secured facility versus?
I wasn't here, but I believe
It was like
secure detention.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Counselor Kramer.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Well, wait a second. We don't want to have our council people giving testimony during the public hearing, so let's let staff answer the questions.
I believe it was. that's what they're naming it as, a secure juvenile detention facility. I don't know that to be certain.
I don't have anything, I didn't find anything in records that would indicate the level of security on the prior facility, so I don't know.
And I want to make a clarification to the public. My mommy hat is not on as I'm listening to this. I wear a lot of hats, we all do. My decision definitely wouldn't be, based on my little feelings, but there is concern.
All right, well, why don't we move into the next step, have the applicant come forward? And you know the drill, sir.
Yes, good morning. For the record, my name is Stephen Thompson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Nasby Thompson. I have been sworn. I'm representing the applicant. With me today, I have the applicant, Mr. Ben Holland's going to speak. Also, the project architect, Darren Autry, will also speak. The staff did, I think, a very good presentation in regard to an overview of this proposal. We're also in agreement with the stipulation. I think I was not here at the initial presentation, but I think there was a concern about the number of beds and how many they could be. We're in agreement that it would be 27. If we were to exceed that, we understand that we would have to come back there for approval from this council. A number of issues came up. Instead of addressing those issues in our presentation, we're going to see what else is out there, and then we'll address those concerns in our rebuttal. So again, we're going to do a brief presentation. I'm going to have, since the continuation, you heard it was because of some issues in regard to police and fire. Darren met with the fire department. My understanding was that all of the issues with the fire department were addressed, but I'll ask Aaron to talk about that issue. In regard to the police department, obviously there are some differences in regard to how we perceive this facility, how they perceive it, how we believe it really is secured, and how we believe that there will be minimal impact on this community. And again, I think before we get into it, the orientation has to be shifted a little bit. The purpose of this facility is the protection of the kids. And again, the facility we have, I mean, it's nice because these kids, we could definitely put them in single-family houses throughout Manatee County, throughout the city of Bradenton. And then all of a sudden, you would be besieged by residents coming here. What the heck is going on? And at those facilities, they have no control over coming and going. But we think that this is a great location, a great facility, and will provide protection for those citizens. And we'll talk about what Mary Ann's point was. These are our children. These are coming from Manatee and the city of Bradenton.
And it's Councilwoman Barnaby.
Councilwoman Barnaby, I appreciate that. But again, they are our children. I'm going to ask Darren to come up and just talk a little bit about what he did with the fire and the police department, and I'm going to have Mr. Hollandsen come up and give a little overview of this facility, and then I'm going to come up and do the conclusion, and then we're going to address specifically the concerns in our rebuttal portion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Darren Autry. On page 2 of the staff report, it does say that it was originally a juvenile detention facility. That's what it was built. It was built in 1970. I believe it ceased operations when the new juvenile detention center next door, which is literally, they share a property line next door, started operation. This one closed because it was undersized for their needs. Regarding the security of the building, I'm showing the letter that Sergeant Pallant showed and pointing to the same paragraph that he highlighted. The first sentence says, "The facility at Children's Safe Place is a secure facility whose key point of ingress and egress will remain locked and have staff deployed and monitoring for the purpose of restricting ease of access to unapproved people." That's in or out. All other doors are locked. I'll let Mr. Holland speak to the rules about the Department of Children and Families and how, which requires this last statement that he pointed to, which is not about control of the facility. So, the building will meet all the required life safety features. It is going to have installed a new digital fire alarm system that shows the fire department exactly where in the building there will be an issue before they even arrive. I believe that was a direct question from the fire chief. And I had spoken with Fire Inspector Melsner while Fire Marshal Kenny Langston was in office, and I have a email that says that I've satisfied their concerns. I'm sure I can satisfy the life safety concerns of the next fire marshal.
How you doing, councilmen and councilwomen? My name is Benjamin Hollins with 1803 Land Trust, a representative of the Land Trust who purchased the former juvenile detention center. We came in front of you guys before, and there's some things that I just want to touch on lightly that I think the city council needs to understand. This organization it's not a new organization. The executive director has been operating these facilities for over 18 years. There's one been currently running in Manatee County for over 5 years. It does predominantly service kids from Manatee County. They are contracted with the Safe Children Coalition, who takes placement for kids that are removed by CPS or Child Protective Services from homes due to abuse, due to chronic homelessness, and these kids need a place to go. I think something that is very important for the city council to understand, it's not so much that they're asking for permission to operate this organization. They are already in operation. You do not have to ask for a special use permit to open this up in any residential community, as long as there's no speaking from the community. They literally are already a licensed organization. They can purchase a residential home. There's no questions asked. They can have a county inspector come, a health inspector, to make sure that the facility is okay, and they can open up and they can house up to 12 kids. The problems that the administration see, they understand the problems that are seen by the police with these type of businesses, residential care. These kids are traumatized, and they understand that. What it is in those residential settings, you have a home, you have 13 windows, 3 doors. It is not possible for somebody to monitor all of those things. It needs a more secure setting. That is why they are going the road less traveled, the more difficult path, to come in front of you to provide these services in a more controlled environment with a structure that has better internal controls. This was a former juvenile detention center. It has also been housing adolescents. It was a crisis center for minors. For 30 years, it has had the same exact use for 30 years. And then it was approved for drug rehabilitation for adults in the same area, in the same thing. These homes, even when opened up in residential settings in the neighborhood, the crime in the area is not an issue or subject to the issue. They need the tools from the city to work to create a better environment, to work more cohesive with the police department, to minimize, to mitigate the things. I have a letter here, and you guys see the brochure of the services. Let's focus on the services that this is offering. Crisis intervention. When it comes to the discussion, and we'll get more into later, the designation by the state as at risk for human trafficking is not human trafficking people that have exposed. It's about education. The staff here is certified. The police have to be certified with 4 hours now of human trafficking training. This staff is certified with 40 hours, so they are aware and educated, so exploitation does not occur. Human trafficking does not just occur in bad neighborhoods. It's a huge misconception. That's not where it occurs. It occurs in gated communities. There's more than just sex trafficking. You have labor trafficking. You have all kind of trafficking. It is not about pedophiles. That's not strictly what human trafficking is about. And they're here to provide these services and educate. They're here to provide services to the youth of Manatee County that would be without. Once a child is removed from a home, where is a child to go? Where are they to go? They need these services. Some of these kids, I see a lot of painting that these kids are criminals. Right now in the organization, right now, the children that they have there, they only have one kid that has a record. Some of the kids that are there were because the parents were from hotel to hotel and didn't have a place to live. It was an economic situation. These are not criminals. Some of them have been victimized. There have been kids who, because of our mental health crisis issue, they're having cigarettes put out on them. They need a place, they need services. If it's not here, it's going to be in a residential setting, which has less controls. So there's a letter from one of the caseworkers from Safe Children Coalition that she wrote, and I'll just read this letter real quick, and I will that would be it. To whom this may concern, I worked with Horizons for the past 6 months, and I can say nothing but good things about the work that they do for the children in need. They open their doors for juveniles that have troubled past and have difficulty finding their way that they fit in. Most of the time, the children that enter are lost. They have a mentor or a strong figure in their life to help guide them through the difficult and confusing path of life. The children that are able to come to Horizons are given a second chance after feeling like the world has given up on them. A child on my caseload was a frequent runner, had just been released from a juvenile detention center, and had behavioral issues. After being denied at countless other placements, Horizon was kind enough to give this kid a chance in their community. The child has since transformed into a completely different person. He hasn't run since being placed with them. He completed his community service hours, attended school continuously, and obtained his identification card, and has made great strides in working with his behaviors. The child has voiced that the owners of Horizon and the staff have contributed greatly towards his achievements. He spoke to me countless times about how he would speak with the staff about what was going on in his head, and that he would often help them to make the right decisions. The child has stabilized to the point that he will soon be moving into an adoptive home. Each time I visit Horizons, the children and staff members always have such a positive energy. The home is always kept clean and free of hazards. The owner and the staff members often cook for the children and ensure that they are getting balanced meals. They also decorate the home and bring in a special snack to give the children with a sense of normalcy. All in all, Horizons provides love, acceptance, a home for children that are in need, and I am in full support of their expansion. Horizon provides a safe space that children may not have felt in a long time, and I hope that they are able to expand and that they continue to contribute to the betterment of the community. This structure will give the tools that this staff needs to be more secure than if they put this into a residential setting where there are less controls. And that's what it boils down to. We can't change the world, the neighborhood. Crime happens everywhere. Some areas are more disposed with crime, but we can control, and we need the tools to give more controls, to give the staff and the professionals that manage this what they need to minimize the problems that are occurring. So thank you, and
thank you.
If there's questions, I will.
Appreciate that. Just a closing comment, and then we will handle some of those issues on rebuttal. But I think this is a very important decision for the council this morning. These residents are Manatee, City of Bradenton children. These children need protection. These are local kids that have been abused, sexually abused, battered. They need a safe house. They need a place that's safe for them. The protection that we're talking about is really to protect them from the outside. And again, I think it's a great facility because it was used as a secured facility before. So there'll be additional protection for the kids in this facility. We've looked at this a long time. We've had the opportunity to go back to it. It really does meet all of the requirements of the City of Bradenton. Your staff has determined that this request is consistent with the criteria for a special use permit, also consistent with the comprehensive plan. I know that in the discussion, it was brought up about, well, does this affect the values? And that's one of the criteria. Well, I didn't see, any kind of an appraiser come here. The other thing is this is immediately adjacent to a juvenile detention facility. So again, I mean, how does this adversely impact any values? There's no evidence in the record. The staff has already come out and said, you meet all the criteria. The Planning Commission made the determination. They heard the evidence. They made the determination. They voted unanimously to approve this. They understood, I think, the value of having a facility such as this that is going to protect the children of this community. But again, this building's been there for 10 years. I went over there. There's 3 homeless people in the back of it. And there's not been any interest in redeveloping this. This is just a wonderful opportunity for a use that's really going to benefit the community, meets all of your criteria. And again, the bottom line is the protection of these kids. And that's what we have as our goal, and that's what this program's all about. We would recommend approval, and we will be in a position to rebut, the police and also any comments that come up by the public. Thank you.
Mr. Rudisil, I do have one comment card from an audience member, so.
This is a public hearing item, so we need to open it up for.
So we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak?
I think my comment card's there.
Yeah, you can speak, though.
Great.
State your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Really? That's a minute more than I thought I'd get, Gene. Mayor. My name's John Colon. I live at 7116 Victoria Circle. I'm a resident here of Manatee County, outside of the incorporated part of Bradenton, unfortunately. I'm currently a member of the Sarasota Housing Authority. I'm the immediate past commissioner. I was formerly a member of the State Board of Education and formerly a member of the Manatee School Board, which I'm sure some of you realize. And this is relevant because we at the Sarasota Housing Authority control a significant portion of the Section 8 program. Now, the Section 8 program gives vouchers to people, and they bring them to the nearest place they can get the best housing at the most reasonable price. Fortunately, a lot of our residents have found housing here in Manatee County, and we operate under an agreement with your housing authority called an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Many of the children on these programs come from homes that have different issues and are removed for their own protection. These kids are here already. These are not new kids that are coming from another area. They live right here in Manatee, Sarasota, and the city of Bradenton. They're not going away. The staff at this home will be 24 hours a day. This is not, staff that comes and leaves in the evening. The counselors will assist with the well-being of these children. Yes, some of these children have been trafficked and are at risk in their homes. If these children are not helped now, well, so much for technology.
If these children are not helped right now, we are going to be in financial straits to take care of them later, and it's going to affect their well-being and their future here in our fine community. Remember, these children are minors, not adults. Any adult must submit to a level 2 clearance with the state and be vetted in order to come there. The families will not have visitation privileges or be made aware in most cases of the home's location, so you won't have the in and out. These kids are being put there by the courts, most of them. This facility will be best served as a haven for vulnerable children who are in desperate need of a safe space so that they can feel like a child again. What I'd also like to mention, since the police department brought it up, the front door to this facility is locked with a key. So they can't just walk out and say, I want to leave. They will have to go through procedures to leave. Now, for the fire department, there's a slam lock on the back door that they can get out in case of a fire, but it leads into a 10-foot fenced enclosure. So it's not like they're going to be running around the neighborhood.
All right,
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi again.
Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Kim Lamarelle, and my address is 521 12th Avenue West in Bradenton. I am the president and CEO of Majesty's Palace Residential Group Home here in Bradenton. So when hearing of this is wonderful. I own a group home. We were right on 12th Avenue. It was a lot going on. These kids are hurting. They need a home. Yes, we had multiple calls to the police department. Thank you guys for coming out, because these kids are hurting. But when you put them in a place, you got to remember these kids are bounced around. I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about these children. They're bounced around, hurt, neglected. They need somewhere. I'm so sorry. These kids need somewhere. And a lot of times, I know we want our neighborhoods to be, these kids come from regular homes, from homes that aren't, where they're not getting fed, where they're being abused, you understand? So putting them in a place where they get the services. We give services. We're small, we're 6 beds. A lot of the kids that come there, they're mad, they're angry, they don't trust anyone. We let them know, you can trust us. We give them what they need. I have had kids come there, 27 placements, but we let them know, you're important. What happened to you, you don't have to continue in that. I have had kids that have D's. My last girl, no, I don't want to say last girl, she went off to college straight A's. Her and her sisters were in terrible situations. She lived with me for 3 years. She's in college, straight A's. So when you have services and you have people that care, it makes a difference. So please don't throw these kids away. Maybe you feel it's not the right facility or place, but any time that you can help kids that need help, these are our kids. I hear their stories. I hear their hearts. They're hurting. I'm so sorry. This is very passionate for me. I've been doing this since 2014. I've had over 150 kids. You can't help them all, but there are some that you can help. They just need stability. They need somebody to listen. They need somebody to tell them that they're important and that they're loved. So don't just throw it out because you just think we got all these bad kids and they're gonna be flooding our neighborhood. Because some of the kids in our neighborhood that I'm looking at now, they need the same thing, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes.
Hi, Bill Sanders, 2502 Riverside Drive. I didn't intend to speak on this subject, but it does bother me that what we're doing or not doing. We know the problem. The problem is nearly impossible to solve, but we need to find answers. And I'm very familiar with this neighborhood because we approved a drug rehab program to go in there. A psychiatrist out of St. Petersburg was going to put about $1 million in it and in a lockdown facility for rehabilitation. He never came up and finished the project, but right across the street is a crematorium. The other side is a fenced-in juvenile detention center. Beyond that is the great city of Bradenton's sewer department, and I don't think we're ever going to move that. I don't think we have the money to move that, and it's, you know, it'd be nice because now it's kind of in the heart of our city. So the location is probably ideal, but here's the rub, and I understand that you don't want it there. You know, I was on the council, and I know who wanted it there and who didn't want it there, and I actually wouldn't want it there either. But there's people on this council that has influence with the county to possibly move it and get some money, but on the short term, it needs to be approved because these kids can't wait for government to approve another facility or another location. Yes, it does need to be moved. It's in the heart of our city. It's been there for a long time. I understand you want to move it out. The ballpark's around the corner. I get it. I got it. You're right. It does need to be moved, but not right. But trouble is we bring these problems up and we kick them down the road and we never solve them. So get with Carol Whitmore. She's not a commissioner anymore, but she was very passionate about it. She took me out to that facility. They wanted to put veterans out there and so forth. I was for it, and everybody else was for it. That's fine. So have the county's got plenty of money to do stuff like this, more than the city does. And you're friends with the chairman. He's in here all the time. You know, he was in here complaining about my signs. So, to put him aside and say, hey, how about a few $1 million to have a facility that's not directly in there, but you're going to have to provide other services. It's not just one little piece. It's a bigger picture than that because you have turning points. You have these other facilities, and we can't just deny them. I've been on the Suncoast Coalition for Homeless for 3 or 4 years as a council person, and I hope that one of you will take my position. You will hear these stories. You will hear the stories of, and Sarasota does a much better job than Manatee County. Manatee County's got a lot of talk and no action. Sarasota has some private money that comes in there, but they do a good job. I'm just asking you, don't tell us that you can't do it.
Thank you.
You can do it. You can do it.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jacqueline Collins, and I'm the program director that's over Horizons Care Day Care for these children. We are almost at the end part of the process. It first starts off with the original call that came from the parents' house that goes to the police department. Then CPI comes involved. Then DCF comes involved. Then you have the placement with Safe Children's Coalition, and then they call us. They've already been through 5 organizations before they even get to a group home or residential home. These children are placed in this care not because it's something that they've done, it's because it's what somebody else has done. So could you imagine your mother or your father have an addiction problem? Well, they can't provide housing, they can't provide medical, and now that child is homeless. They have nobody. So then they come to us, and we provide them with those services. We have kids that have mental health issues. So no, they're not out committing crimes. They're not out in the community just free nilly-willy. If they're out there, that's because they don't have anywhere to go. These kids are troubled, and we all are to some extent. They just need the help, and that's what we're there to do, is to help them. They're not here because they want to be in a group home or in residential care. They're there because they were removed from the beginning, from the police department, from CPI, and DCF. So we're providing a service that's going to get them the therapeutic services that they need, mental health, get them their health care, get them to the eye doctor, get them to the dentist, get them physicals. This is all stuff that they don't have at home. And that's the services that we're providing to the children that's in Manatee County, that's in Palmetto, Bradenton, and some even come from Sarasota. And
thank you.
That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Should this be under now, or should we wait for staff?
We'll have staff rebuttal after all the public comment.
Okay, all right, that's what so any other public comment? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment. And now, Chief?
One thing, just hearing the architect speak and then the other gentleman, safety is safety. He does talk about the push panic hardware on the one door, but yet the other door is locked. So, I definitely want to clarify some of those features. Especially I want to see a written evacuation plan. One thing I don't believe we do have, and then also review some of the features of the fire alarm system. So, I do understand he met with my former fire marshal, who's retiring out, and the inspector, but ultimately I have the final say and bear that responsibility to you guys. So, anyways, I would just ask for a little more time to review those things. Let's face it, whenever the kids determine that that's their key to get out, they're going to pull the fire alarm. That's their way to get out on their own and do what they want to do. We've seen it in other facilities. So, so that is a little concerning for us. I could show calls for service at other like facilities, but, that is a concern as well.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make maybe one or two comments. Obviously, everything up here with serving the children is so important, and I think what this board I've heard today isn't about serving the children. It's about location, location, location. And, we've got a vast county that might have some opportunity also. And I do agree that the county, is working, and they're working with Turning Points now and some options out there. And just to correct the record for one of the citizen comments out there, that this facility is not what we've been talking about next to across from the crematorium. This is a purchase facility that these individuals own, not something the county owns. So it's two different scenarios. So again, information and correctness is very important to get out there, because it's different things, because again, we're for it. But I just think that one of the things that I've heard is we all know the children are our future, but, it's location, location, location. So I saw Mrs. Barnaby and then Mrs. Coker.
Chief Gear, were you with us in 1998?
I was.
The reason I remember this facility is I seem to remember the previous occupants there in 1998 had to hire our off-duty officers to sit and do a fire watch, because can you explain a little bit about that?
They did, and oftentimes if there was an alarm problem due to the nature of the facility, then, they had the option of paying the fire department to maintain a fire watch. And, a lot of times, paying the firefighters is somewhat more affordable than, hiring a company to do that. And that's why a lot of times that, they seek that service from us. We've provided that before in the past.
Well, and I bring that up because we have so many new council members that were not here in 1998. I kind of feel like a female Jean Gallo up here now. But can I say I do believe I have better legs? I seem to remember that, and I can understand if you were involved in that, why you are so concerned about making sure that this facility has what we need to make sure if children are in there, that they are safe.
Correct. And this started, last year, and I understand where they're coming from. It's been a very timely process. But then, plans review, things change. Then you hear, there's security concerns on fire department side and on police department side. So, I know a lot of times it comes down to us and what we we have codes to go by. We understand that, but I would like to clarify a few more things before I just say, hey, I'm okay with it. So, and I don't doubt that the architect can't provide that over time. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of clarify some of my comments. I mean, when you start talking about kids, of course, I want to do anything I can, especially these kids that are victims and probably wards of the state. And so they are kind of the responsibility of the county and the community and everything. But I just don't know. I volunteered for a lot of years over at the One Stop, and I'm not certain that you're doing a favor for these kids, that if they leave, I don't know that that's a good place for them to leave from, and just to be located. I mean, I don't know where your other facility is, and you probably aren't allowed to say, but I would hope it's not in the middle of that. I mean, you've got a detention center and the whole One Stop over there, and I volunteered for a lot of years over there, and I wouldn't feel like it's a safe place for a child.
Well, it's definitely a noticeable, I'll say, concern here in the community. And that even where we're stationed, we know when something's going on. And when these kids flee the I'll say the housing or the complex right there, we're aware. And then shortly after, I'm sure PD gets a call, and so do we. So, you know, it is a concern, and I won't name any names of those facilities, but, you know, we do see it on a regular basis.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, and I'm not sure, it's not necessarily directly related to this, but indirectly. It's been vacant for 10 years. It was 10 years ago a drug treatment center. Why did that close? Does anyone know? Nobody knows? Because I'd like to know.
Darren Autry again. Again, in the staff report, it says it was the Manatee County Juvenile Detention Facility. It closed when they opened the new one adjacent to.
Okay, but it was called the Gratitude Room for some reason. It was something else after the Juvenile Detention Center. Wasn't it some kind of?
It was drug rehabilitation.
Drug rehabilitation,
for minors,
yes,
mental
for
crisis
minors.
For minors after it was the juvenile detention
Okay,
use.
that's what yeah, so why
And
did
then
it
after
leave?
that, it was approved, they just moved to another building.
Okay.
And then after that, it was reapproved for another drug for adults by the city council in 2018 by Dr. Zadie. And Dr. Zadie didn't follow through opening it because he didn't have, his practice wasn't allowing him to run it personally. So that's why they didn't open it up after it was granted the special use permit in 2018.
All right, any applicant further comment?
Mr. Mayor, I think we're in the staff rebuttal period
rebuttal.
still, so I don't know if anybody other than Fire had comments.
Ms. Singer, did you have anything else or any other staff? All right.
Okay.
All right. Applicant, thank you.
All the doors will have panic hardware, egress hardware that will meet the fire marshal's, fire chief's concerns. And we would be happy to make agree to a stipulation that we would meet all of their requirements before moving forward.
Yeah, I didn't like when you said the front door will be locked, but the back door will be panic bar, and they'll only have 10 feet to go into a fence. If there's a fire, that didn't sound.
One of the public
good.
Speakers made the comment about the one door, not me.
Well, I think that was, somebody said it would be locked, and you'd have a panic bar to go out the back door, and there would be a locked-in facility where they wouldn't be able to move from a fence.
So in the event of a fire, the panic hardware opens into the fenced enclosure, which is large enough to assemble in a safe place away from the building, which is how it operated when it was the juvenile detention facility. So the juveniles could escape from the building but still be inside the facility.
But the detention facility was a locked-up facility. This is not a locked-up facility.
This is a locked facility at the front door. It has control. So
But the residents can leave on their own.
No. They have staff that mans the front door. You have to go past staff to get to the front door.
I'm confused, because if they But they can leave. If they walk up and say, hi, I want to leave, and you say, please don't leave, they say, no, I'm leaving, you're not forcefully taking them to stay in there.
I'll let Mr. Hollins address that.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
heard.
an operational issue.
Right.
Not a egress issue.
So it is not deemed as a lockdown facility. However, these are minors. Some of them are 13 and 12 years old. I don't think probably anybody here in this room, if your 12-year-old got up at 3 o'clock in the morning and said, I'm leaving, would just let them walk out the front door and wander through a neighborhood. There is a protocol, just as with children and as with adults, there are rules. People break rules unless the city of Manatee has figured out a way to keep adults from breaking rules and going to prison or going to jail. You know, people break rules, but there are rules that are set in place. That's why the structure and controls need to be there to help filter towards the rules and the proper channels that these children are supposed to use to leave. If there is not a non-scalable fence, there's nothing anybody could do if they jumped that fence and wanted to go, because they are not allowed to put their hands on them to stop them. However, you can't do that. So the proper channels, DCF, this is a DCF regulated facility. DCF, the Department of Children and Families, who has children that are in their custody and their care, are going to do every extent. It's laid out of every possible security measure has to be met in order for this to be licensed. They do not want children running the neighborhoods being harmed or getting into harm. It happens at these facilities. Why? Because they're in residential settings where it cannot be controlled. The operating procedures, there are no internal controls for those operating procedures. This structure has already been operating with minors and juveniles for the majority of its years. The safety measures, nothing has changed except they've been updated. They're going to be updated to the current codes for fire, for safety purposes. It's already been operating in these capacities for at least 20 years. Okay, so and just to touch base, we're talking.
Let me ask one quick question.
Okay.
You, Brent, mentioned a 12 or 13-year-old. I know some 12 or 13-year-olds that are very mature and some that are very immature. If that 12-year-old says to that person at that front door, I'm leaving and you aren't stopping me, will
they call a case manager that through the Department of Children and Family picks up transportation. They are asked where they want to go, and they are taken to anywhere that they want to go.
I'm not waiting for a case manager. I'm walking out the door. Are you restraining them?
No, they're going to be talked to and counseled while that transportation is on the way.
May I?
Yes,
Is it? I think we can all agree that the program is needed in the community and beneficial, and I don't think anybody would criticize it for that purpose. I'm curious to know what happened at the public meeting. My familiarity with the residents in that area has so far reflected a tone of a desire to move those kind of services out of that area, which I think speaks to the economic impact in the area. So maybe, I don't know if it's Ms. Singer or Mr. Hollis that needs to speak to whether or not this would negatively impact the value of that area.
No, I don't think it will. And let's ask the bigger problem with the issues that are consistent here is if these kids are not housed here, where are they going to be housed in Lakewood Ranch? Is the community going to stand for that? Where are these kids allowed to go? Where are they allowed to go? So they can't go in a neighborhood that's deemed there's problems in this neighborhood, but they're not going to be in a gated community either. Where are the children of Manatee to go? Where are they allowed to go? These kids need help. We have to offer the help. There's a breakup between city government, between the legislature in Tallahassee, and the people that are administering this help. There needs to be a board where it's all communicating, because the legislature creates a lot of red tape and problems with the laws that regulate. And these children need a place to go. Where is the ideal spot for these kids to go? These kids are damaged, they're traumatized, and when they come, into these places, yes, they're removed from everything they know and everything they love. It's sad, but a lot of times the people that are abusing them are the people that they love the most. And when they're removed and they're placed into these settings, they're removed from everybody they know, they don't want to be there. I'm out. I'm not staying here. I want to go back. We need the controls that this facility can offer to better serve the population, to get them the help that they need, to get the counseling, not just that, to have the space. It's hard to bring in services when you're in a 1,500 square foot home with staff standing on top of each other, 12 kids in the home, and there's not even room to have some of the services that can be brought in. This has the space, it has the controls, it's been operating like this for a long time. We talk about, I don't know how to operate this. If you look at this fence that you're looking at right here is the back of this facility. This is the new juvenile detention facility. The parking lot is against the back fence. Literally every day, there's probably 25 patrol cars sitting outside. What kind of deterrent do you need than 25 patrol cars sitting outside and paddy wagons? I'm going to tell you a story. When the company first acquired this property, I went to the property with my daughter. She has special needs. She's 9 years old. And not thinking, I was walking into the back, which is a gated fenced area. It was getting dusk, and she's following behind me, and I didn't think. I turned around, and she was already walking out the door, and the door shut behind her. We're locked in the evening time in the back of what used to be a detention facility center. Nobody knew we were there. It was just me and her. And I said, oh boy, there are police officers that sit in this parking lot and pass this place within 4 minutes. There was an officer inside the building to let us out of this facility just from me saying, hey, because they're always there. The police are always there. To talk about some of the issues of, and I'm going to touch on the security, the protocol that this center implies with the Department of Children and Family. I'm going to touch on that. But one of the biggest misconceptions, I think, and I think it's something that that people are missing, is that these facilities, and I'm sure the young woman who we don't know who came up and spoke, who runs a residential group care facility, is that these facilities are a drain on police resources, okay? If I have little Michael standing here with me, and he's a 13-year-old boy that's been taken away from everything he knows, and he's given up on life, and he says, you know what, I don't want to live anymore. I want to take my life. Any responsible adult in this room is going to call to get this kid some help so he doesn't harm himself, because we all know life comes with challenges, and this is not the end road. There are other things that are going to happen. The mental health crisis comes in, accompanied by the police department. That is then a service call. If little Michael is standing here with me and that service call takes place, it doesn't make the city of Bradenton council chambers a drain on police resources. The issue are these damaged children, and the minute that they are removed from their parents or their guardians, they become not a problem, but they become the responsibility of the state of Florida, and we have to provide services. It's a catch-22. There is no answer for that, and that is part of the problem. There is no answer to that. We have to provide the services and work more. The police department needs to be talking, and we're more than welcome to open up these conversations and dialogues so they can understand, or create a panel so they can understand what are the issues, what do you need to better resolve these issues, because canceling it or not letting this open doesn't resolve the issue. There is still a dire need from placement, which we have a letter from the CEO, which I'm going to submit, and also we have a letter from State Representative Michelle Rayner in support of this. We've gotten a lot of support. There is a need for placement for these children, and the reason that we're here is because The administration here said we need to find a structure so we can answer the problems that plague residential group care facilities. We need something with more structure. We can open it up in these homes, but the internal controls are not there. They're not there.
Is this a government-run facility or is it a private facility?
This is a state license by the Department of Children and Family facility.
Licensed, but is it a
Correct.
private-owned
No.
business?
It's a private-owned business that's regulated by the Department of Children and Families.
It's a
And that
private-
comes with
It's not a state facility.
No, but that comes along with a lot of red tape. Understand that. Part of the security plan.
So Mrs. Barnaby had a question and then Mrs.
Okay.
Coachman.
Well, yes, I mean, we seem to be reiterating things that we have been told. We have been told that, and I think everybody up here agrees that some type of facility is necessary, is needed. But we're also told that these children are going to be allowed to leave and that they cannot prevent them from leaving. That is very different from the other facility that is right next to it, the juvenile detention facility. That is a lockdown facility. When you talk about teenagers, I've raised 2 sons and I've raised a 3rd child. And when you talk about children that have been neglected and don't trust people, I have a little bit of experience with that. My background is in not-for-profit agency administration.
Just for girls. Familiar.
So, again, and again, some of these 13-year-olds are as big as a grown man. They're as big as a grown man, but not operating with a man's brain. It's still a child's brain. They want to leave. Again, you say, well, we're going to counsel them and we're going to talk with them, and you're talking about kids that are at risk. And if they want to leave, they're going to leave, and you can't stop them. And they're out in a neighborhood that we know we have sexual predators at. So, again, I feel like if you think you're going to wear us down by continuing to come in front of us and continuing to reiterate what has already been given in testimony, I don't think that's a wise choice.
That was not my intention. I was trying to answer the questions that were at hand. I would love to read that their policy that is with the Department of Children and Families for how this facility will operate, if it would give any clarity.
Can we let Councilwoman Coachman make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a little clarification. There was a picture of several Manatee County Sheriff Office vehicles that are affiliated with the actual juvenile detention center lockdown. I'm quite aware of the kids that go there. And I too have witnessed, a 12-year-old or 13-year-old that's actually trying to get the SRO's gun. So I understand all of that. But my point, though, is those vehicles that we saw, I don't know if they're there 24 hours, but they would only be able to try to maybe hold them before BPD is, no, that's not, I'm sorry. Oh, that was the radio shop, okay.
Right.
Okay.
On
I
one
just
side, it's
knew it
vehicle
was
maintenance.
Yeah.
For,
Okay.
so police vehicles are coming there to be maintenance.
But you're kind of insinuating that because of all those vehicles there, it would be a deterrent, and I'm just letting you know it's not.
No. In this picture you see here, these are all the vehicles, and one of the nice officers that ended up letting me in when we were in the backyard here.
Okay,
So
I
all of these
remember
are
seeing that.
jail workers' vehicles, vehicles. Then next door, these are, I guess, affiliated with the jail, or they even may be for the
Those are probably the
maintenance. All
detain-
these vehicles.
Those are the
are being
vehicles, so,
brought there
yeah.
by police. Police sit in the parking lot of this place all the
Okay,
time.
that, as our chief has said, that's where they bring their vehicles to get repaired.
I didn't say anything different. That's what I said. Well, you can park a vehicle, a police vehicle outside of a business. It's going to serve as a deterrent. What I'm saying, it's surrounded by industrial things is what I spend. Let me just speak on the security plan, if it will bring any light. Horizon's location's front door will remain locked to prevent ease of access to the facility. The residencies of the kids living within the facility is kept confidential once Child Protective Services removes the child from the custody of the parent or legal guardian. For any relative that have to contact with the child that has been placed in the Horizons, they must first go through a caseworker who has been assigned, at which time they will undergo a level 2 background check to ensure the safety of the displaced child. Then they will contact Horizons administration to give clearance for that related individual. The administration at Horizons will then arrange for a visitation or transportation to the related party. If a pass to leave the facility has been granted, all children will have to be signed out to a responsible party, including case manager, court-appointed guardian ad litem, relatives, and transportation. Proper ID will have to be presented, as well as a badge if applicable, and ID will be kept on file for the person signing the resident out. Any person visiting the facility must be pre-approved to enter the facility and will remain in an area designated for visitation. Residents will be given the permission to leave the facility. Residents will not be given the permission to leave the facility unchaperoned without special approval from facility administration. If a resident does not wish to live at the facility, they will have full rights to make that decision. Once the staff is made aware of the resident's request, they will make immediate arrangements to have the child safely transported to a living situation that is more favorable for the resident. Any children returning to the facility will not have immediate access to enter the facility. They will go through a small intake process where they will empty belongings onto a table and show contents of the bags to ensure no contraband is introduced to the facility. All information is kept confidential, and the location of the clients during their stay and after the discharge will not be discussed with any unauthorized person outside of the network. To ensure safety of our clients, Horizon Kill will have a security system installed, closed-circuit cameras, windows and door alarms where applicable, magnetic door locking systems where applicable, 1-to-6 staff ratio, as needed, and a part of the monitoring staff will practice half-hour rounds and room checks. Facility perimeters will be monitored by staff as well in checks to locate any potential unauthorized egress points. That is the operating procedure, and I just want to submit this from Michelle Rayner, State Representative Rayner, and with Safe Children's Coalition. And also, the community partners are the Department of Juvenile Justice and the Department of Juvenile Justice. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
Early Learning Coalition.
Go ahead and try to wrap up the rebuttal. We've had a lot of discussion. If we can wrap it up, and then we'll ask for a motion.
Closing comments, if you may. I think everybody here acknowledges the need. There's no question. Then the issue becomes location. I'll tell you right now, there is not a location where people are going to say, yes, bring it here. There just isn't. It's not an easy decision for this council, but ultimately, you've got to make a decision. You can't afford to kick the can down the road. I mean, looking to the county, looking for, we've got an opportunity. We've got a facility. We've got a facility that's probably the best facility for this type of use. But again, I know it's not an easy decision, but we can't afford to continue to say somebody else needs to do it. These are the kids from the city of Bradenton, Manatee County. Those are our children that are going to be in this facility. In regard to the special permit itself, when we sat down and did the application, we took a look at the criteria. We prepared an application. The determination by your staff and the Planning Commission was we met the criteria. Now, all of a sudden, I'm hearing from the police department that, well, the number of calls, these issues related to the police. There is nothing in the city of Bradenton's criteria for a special use permit that says you can't approve it if, in fact, there's X number of calls. If that's what the city wants to do, you need to put that in the criteria and say, if you're going to propose something that, results in X number of police calls, we're not going to approve it. There is nothing in the criteria. There is no legal basis that this council could use to deny this request. It's an emotional issue. But as far as a legal issue, we met our burden. The burden is you got to comply with the criteria. We've complied with the criteria. I'm not saying it's an easy decision, but when you have a land development code that includes criteria and says, once you do that, you basically, have basically met your criteria and the approval should be made by the city. Again, we have met that burden. Your staff has indicated, the Planning Commission has made it. I'm not going to stand here and say it's not an easy decision. I understand that. I've heard it. I've heard the competing, issues out there. And I know many times you're put in this position to make difficult decisions that are very difficult. To me, this is probably one of the more difficult decisions that if I was sitting there, but I think, you have to bring back to, again, what it is we're doing. We meet the legal criteria. We met all the standards of the city. And the bottom line is, this is a facility that is going to provide the safe home for our children. All we can do is really request that you approve this request. Thank you for your consideration. I know it's not been easy, and I know this is a difficult situation. I just hope that we can get an approval and get this facility in place so we can provide safe home for these children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Barnaby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rudisil, with this being a special use permit, does that mean forever and ever, amen, it's always going to be zoned to be able to do this? Can you talk a little bit about special use permits and their lifetime as such? And then I have another question for you.
Okay. So a special use permit is a development approval that would run with the land here. So, to the extent that there was change of ownership or things like that, that would not impact the ability to continue to utilize the site as a group care facility as long as it continued to meet the stipulations under the development approval. I may need some help from staff here, but my recollection is that there is, if the use is ever terminated for a period of a year or more, then the special use permit does go away, I believe.
That's correct.
So it would continue unless it were terminated for a year or more.
And I'm not sure how to ask this next question. So we, as a board up here, are being asked to allow something to go into an area where I can say, personally, I have some grave concerns. However, I also have a request from one of our department heads asking for more time. And I've never known this council not to be cognizant of the fact that you've got the chief fire safety officer of our city asking for more time. Can we continue this?
I would not recommend that the council unilaterally continue the item. I think the applicant has the right, if they want to have a decision made today, I think they have the right to have the council do that. Now, that being said, obviously, when you have the fire department saying that they have potential concerns and they would like to have additional time, that may be a factor that the applicant wants to consider if they either want to ask for continuance or if the council is wanting to continue the item, that they might consider and agreeing to a continuance, but we can't have the council unilaterally impose that.
Mrs. Coker?
Yes, that was going to be I think public safety is probably my number one and all of ours concern, and I've got, concerns coming from our chief of police, and we've got our fire chief as well that said he needs more time. So I have a hard time approving something while that's, still out there.
I see where this is going. We would certainly agree to a continuation of a date certain, if you may, and then with kind of directions, if you may, as far as what you want us to do, if anything, during this period of continuation.
I have a question, though. When you talk about what I've heard today so far is basically, even if the fire department gets it correct, it still may not be approved.
I certainly understand that. A continuation is certainly not a guarantee of approval, but, you know, in light of certain the comments from Councilwoman Coker, I mean, I'd be more inclined to a continuation as opposed to, you know, at least one denial at this point in time. And I understand that, you know, it's not a guarantee. I just don't want, you know, all of a sudden this thing to snowball. I'd like to focus, if it is, on specific issues and come back. Not that I understand it may not make any difference in the minds of the council members as far as, you know, how you're going to ultimately decide. But if there's some outstanding issues that we can address, I thought we could address them through stipulations. But if in fact additional time is necessary, we're more than happy to meet with the fire department and the police department to see if we can't come up with something and to see where we go from there. So, I mean, we would be agreeable to a time certain within the next month.
Can I just mention also something I think that could be fleshed out as far as the criteria goes is the economic impact to the area. That is a criteria. Is that correct? That area already is, you know, combating, falling into blight. And so adding another similar, and I would say, I would also argue that similarity, it's distinguishable from the detention facility that's right next door because of the difference in security measures. But I would say that the overriding concern for me is the criteria about the economic impact to the area of adding potentially two married to the current level of services in that area.
Okay. We'll look at that too.
I did have Councilwoman Barnaby on the board
Oh, I'm sorry.
first, so.
I can share with you my concerns. I asked if it was only going to be children in the city of Bradenton. And then I was told it was going to be Manatee County. And then we had a staff person say Palmetto, Bradenton, and Sarasota in the testimony. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about, we have another facility that's very similar, not that far away, that is having, on the average, one call to the police department every 9 or 10 days. Because if you take 80 calls and flesh it out with 365 days, I'm concerned that the children, and God knows I would want it to be all sunshine and lollipops. I really would. I would want a facility where kids could come in and they would feel loved and supported, because these children are hurting, they've been abused, they've been malnourished, and I've dealt with this personally. They're hurting. They are going to lash out, and they're going to want to leave. And we can't stop them. You can't stop them. It says so in your facility, in your guidelines. And I worry about what happens to them once they walk out that door. And I've made the decision that could put them in that environment. Then I also have to put on the other hat. I have to take off the mother hat and put on the councilwoman hat that says, and it's a special use, and it will run with the land as long as it continues to operate that way. And again, talking about economics, I think we need more information. I too would be hard pressed to support this today,
Okay.
and it's breaking my heart.
How about 2 months then?
Well, I'm,
So do we hear a motion to continue this with the applicant's approval to a date certain in 60 days, around 60 days? Yep.
If I could just be heard, and consistent with most of what Mr. Moore has been saying, we spent a great deal of time. It's been very informative, both, I think, for the applicants as well as for council. And the team's done a great job. You guys have absolutely made a compelling case about the need for these types of services and the social interest of the city in protecting these children alike. There's no doubt about that. We don't have to revisit that. I think you're asking to specifically revisit certain categories
Right.
that we're referring to.
Yes.
When I look at my list of categories, I think it's important to include them within the motion, specifically as relates to limited to the fire safety issues. You pointed out that a lot of the other issues by staff report has been, the boxes have been checked.
Right.
And I agree with you in large part. When I look at, to Councilwoman Moore's point about impact on adjacent property, economic value, you made a point, which as a former trial lawyer myself was interesting, which is I didn't hear any evidence other than the police chief talk about that as far as economic impact on those areas. Now, the chief, I think, can bootstrap those arguments, and I think she did a pretty good job of it, talking about, well, of course there's economic impact when you have high crime areas and the like. You mentioned no appraisals and the like. I don't know if you were to kind of dive down on this issue with an appraiser, if they even take into consideration certain factors like calls for service. I would think some of them do and the like, but I think that ultimately, if that is an issue under the criteria
Right.
in this package, and clearly it is, in my opinion, that we have to have the opportunity to support that a little bit. And you should have the right to refute it. But when we come back here, we should only be limited to talking about a couple things.
I don't disagree with that. That's why I'd like to have it. I don't want to do another full presentation. I'm sure you don't want to sit through it either. So if it's focused on those issues, 60 days, we can certainly come back and make our
Mayor?
argument again.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Moore.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. And in addition to the economic thing, I was just going to mention, fleshing out potentially the stipulation I think that you were considering with staff's approval to have to come back to the council in the event that there was any desire to expand from
Yeah.
27.
Yes. That's
So like
not a
how that
problem at all.
works, what the criteria for us to
Not a
evaluate
problem
that in the
whatsoever.
future.
We understand that if it's approved, it's 27. Anything more than that, we come back here.
And maybe just for my own edification, what that would look like. What is it that I would have to then be evaluating when you came before us?
Well, we'd have to come with a new proposal that would, show where the beds are and the impact, and it'd go through the whole process again. Go
Okay.
through the planning commission, we'd have an application, go through the whole process.
We're dealing with that in other situations right now that are very uncomfortable. So that, again, this whole thing,
We're happy with 27.
in my opinion, right now, my opinion is that there's no doubt there's a need for this. But why is it shoehorned into the city of Bradenton? And we're hearing that from a lot of our residents. And that's what we have to address. There's definitely a need for this program. We all and families have had the need for that, so.
But we all know
got
that
to-
nobody wants it next to them.
Right.
That's the
Well,
bottom line.
but I was.
We can all say we
but-
want it, but nobody will say, bring it here.
So your argument kind of goes to what our argument is when they don't want to put it in a gated community in Lakewood Ranch.
This is the best
So,
one. Well, but.
Yeah, but again,
We understand.
but if,
We'll-
yeah, so
we'll
we've got
address
to
those
figure that out,
stipulations.
so I need to hear a motion on
Okay.
that.
Would you like me to?
Go ahead,
Give me the
Ms.
word.
Moore.
Okay.
Give me the words.
I move that we revisit this issue in 2 months, limited to the questions of the criteria that address the economic impact to the existing area and the surrounding properties, and the fire safety issues, as well as the, including the stipulation that any expansion be,
For the March 22nd meeting.
yes, for the March 22nd meeting.
friendly amendment, rather than just
Please.
limit it to fire, perhaps all public safety, and that would include the police department.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, then I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify for the record, so we are continuing this hearing to a date, time, and place certain. It would be March 22nd at 8:30 a.m. in these chambers.
Correct.
With the rest of the motion.
And on the motion, if we could just perhaps request that Mr. Rudisil send a copy of the motion to Mr. Thompson so that we have a document of what took place today and what will take place in the future.
And that we are doing this at his request. He pretty much, he
In
would,
conjunction with.
yes, in conjunction with.
Yes, yep. All right, so, motion and a second by Ms. Barnaby. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you. We are going to take about a 3-minute break. So, be recessed for To order. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing for Resolution 23-11, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Bradenton, Florida, setting the public hearing for Resolution 23-13, adopting a brownfield area to be called the Riverview 6 Green Reuse Area to be held as part of the regular City Council meetings commencing at 8:30 a.m. and providing for an effective date.
Explanation, please.
Sure. Almost good afternoon. Greg DeLong, Assistant Director of Planning and Community Development. This resolution is tied to the next one. By Florida statute, we are required to have 2 public hearings. One is to commence after 5 p.m. This will waive that, put a waiver on that to have it at 8:30 a.m. with your regular meeting scheduled for February 8th.
So we'll open the public hearing and hear if there's any public comment on it, and then move forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a public hearing item, but I think that's fine. The other thing I was going to note is that this does require a supermajority vote of the council to approve it.
So I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion to Resolution 23-11.
Move to approve Resolution 2311 as presented today.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Next, we have the first reading and public hearing for Resolution 22-13, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Bradenton, Florida, designating a brownfield area to be called the Riverview 6 Green Reuse Area within the city for property located at 813 6th Avenue West. Folio numbers 3269 800003, 3269900001, 327-0000007, 327-01-00005, 327-02-00003, 327-03-00001, 327-04-00009, 327-05-00006, and 327-06-0004 of approximately 1.466 acres, the brownfield area, for the purpose of environmental site rehabilitation and economic redevelopment, and providing for an effective date. Excuse me.
So first reading and public hearing.
Yes.
So we open the public hearing.
This is essentially, Mr. Mayor, as Greg just mentioned, there's a 2 public hearing requirement to adopt this resolution. This would be the first of those 2 public hearings.
And then after the public hearing, then we'll set the next date.
It may already be advertised, but
We've already got it set. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing, and the effective date is, Mrs. Melton?
The second reading and next public hearing will be on February 8th.
2/8. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward. Oh, we need I guess, do we need a vote on? We don't need a vote on that, right? Yeah, no. Because it's to the next date.
Resolution 23-12, public hearing. A resolution of the City Council for the City of Bradenton, Florida, setting the public hearings for Ordinance 4008, adopting text amendment petition LU.22.5047 to be held as part of the regular City Council meetings commencing at 8:30 a.m. and providing for an effective date.
Florida statutes require that if you have an ordinance, again, Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. Florida statutes require that if you have a ordinance which changes a list of permitting conditional uses, there are certain advertising and notice requirements in addition to after 5 meeting. We find that daytime meetings are better attended, and that's where everybody kind of expects that these hearings are going to be held. So we're recommending approval of, and same issue, it's a supermajority vote of City Council to approve to be held during the day.
Okay. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2312, setting the public hearing for ordinance 4008 to be held as part of the regular city council meeting commencing at 8:30 a.m.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Kramer, second by Councilor Coachman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have ordinance 4008. This is the first reading and public hearing. An ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Article 4, Table 4.7 of the Form-Based Code, specific function and use to add use categories, including secondhand store, pawn shop, homeless facility, residential treatment facility, and to establish whether such uses will be permitted uses, special uses, or prohibited uses within the various zoning districts of the Form-Based Code. Amending Article 12 of the Form-Based Code, definition of terms to define homeless, pawnbroker, secondhand store, pawn shop, homeless facility, and residential treatment facility. Providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for retroactive application, and providing for an effective date. And we have the second reading and public hearing set for February 8th.
And again, per statutes, this is 2 public hearings. I can go into a description on this, and I believe that's appropriate for first reading when a public hearing is required.
I think that's up to the council if they want to hear.
Hear some about it? Yes.
Okay. A little bit about form-based codes. The intention of a form-based code is to upgrade the physical appearance, aesthetics, and quality of construction in an area, and thereby you raise the rents and you essentially toll off those uses that are maybe less desirable. This form-based code has been in place for approximately 10 years. And it's been fairly effective. We're beginning to see some changes, but in that 10 years, you've had the end of a recession. You've also had the pandemic and those impacts on construction. You also have a form-based code that covers a fairly vast area. It's pretty much coterminous with your 3 CRAs. So you're talking about a very large area that you're wanting to turn around very quickly. So where form-based code kind of relies on the upgrade of facilities, that takes time, and especially when you're talking about a very large area, to try to turn things around without putting any kind of specific limitations on uses, you're going to start to see some of those maybe less desirable uses start to continue to seep in to the community until things really do build some momentum and start to turn around in a bigger way. And as I said, this being coterminous with your CRAs, it is conditions of slum and blight that created those CRAs. And so this is an area that you definitely want to see turning around and that is susceptible to inviting more uses that are problematic. What generated this text amendment was the approval of a drug treatment clinic. We have medical clinics that are permitted uses in the form-based code in certain districts. However, it was drug treatment clinic wasn't excluded, and so our original proposal was to exclude those specifically from the permitted medical clinics. However, in speaking with the city attorney, we believe that drug treatment facilities and drug treatment counseling and substance abuse issues could fall under disability requirements. So that particular use and that particular issue, we're suggesting we're going to come back with a second ordinance that may make all medical clinics a special use, and then we're treating them all the same. But we'll also come up with some criteria and standards by which you can judge those uses as they come through. So the use and the issue that originally kind of kicked off this process, we are going to have to take another look at that and come back with a separate ordinance. What we are addressing today is secondhand stores and pawn shops, as well as homeless facilities and residential treatment facilities, as recommended. There's been some changes since the Planning Commission took a look at this, in part based on their recommendations and also on further review of the City Attorney's Office. What we are proposing is we borrowed the definition for secondhand stores from the land use regulations, the general land use regulations. And a retail establishment selling used goods, this category does not include auction houses or pawn shops. Now, in the rest of the city, under the land use regulations, that says it does not include auction houses, but it does include pawn shops. So in the downtown area, we're looking to exclude pawn shops from the area of the form-based code. In particular, you'll see it listed. So we have pawn shops, and where it doesn't list as permitted or special use, it is therefore prohibited. So on that bottom line there, that's basically if you establish a special district, you potentially could allow that use by special use, but there are no special districts at this time. Second-hand store, however, which could include thrift, antiques, and other types of consignment, other types of secondhand sales, those would be considered permitted uses in the T4O, T5, and T6 districts. And then also pawn shops, again, those were taken from Florida statutes in terms of definitions, and that's the definition for pawn shop as well as pawn and pawnbroker, because it all kind of builds on each other. So we're including those definitions to make sure we're covered. And the state statutes do have fairly extensive requirements for pawn shops. And then the second is issue is homeless facilities. We currently don't have anything in the form-based code that directly deals with homeless facilities. So we are first starting by defining homeless, again, taken from Florida statutes. And then we are adding in definitions for a homeless facility, a facility that provides lodging, food service, health services, or similar assistance to homeless individuals on a part-time or permanent basis. Temporary shelter during a declared federal or state emergency will not be considered a homeless facility under this determination, and that's because Florida statutes kind of preempt us in that regard. We took the definition for residential treatment facility from the land use regulations, and so what we've done is we're proposing, per our earlier recommendations, that homeless facilities be considered special uses in the T4O, T5, and T6. This potentially would allow for expansion under certain circumstances per their special use criteria. We're also proposing that when we come back with that other amendment regarding other types of medical clinics, that we also bring you a set of standards by which you would judge homeless facilities, and that these are just some recommendations. We invite any kind of conversation on that, so that when we bring it back to you, it meets your expectations. But we're suggesting that the approval of the facility will not result in a single-use district where similar facilities in close proximity create an environment where adverse impacts are intensified as a result. The facility will be run by credentialed and experienced individuals with constant monitoring and oversight over the operations of the facility. And the operational practice of the facility will prevent and not encourage an increase in loitering, vagrancy, and panhandling in the area. And that may deal with hours of operation and those kind of operational requirements. And the reason for credentials facilities, we have a lot of people who have a good heart, want to start serving food and providing clothing and that kind of thing on a basis for homeless individuals, and it kind of grows, and then you start to see, impacts on loitering and that kind of thing. So we want to make sure that if we're dealing with a facility that is credentialed and licensed, and the individuals who are running it really have some experience in that regard and know how to run the facility and reduce the impacts on the surrounding area. And then, regard to the other uses, as I mentioned, the drug treatment, we'd like to bring that back to make all medical clinics special uses, and we feel that we can come up with a set of criteria similar to those that we've come up with homeless facilities that'll be credentialed and licensed, and it's not going to increase impacts in the surrounding area. recovery homes, we had some conversation with the Planning Commission. They would like the issue of recovery homes, and I'm trying to recall, I think they may have also indicated that for residential treatment homes, that returned to them for further conversation. What we had proposed to them is that recovery homes and residential treatment homes simply would not be permitted in the form-based code area at anywhere. And so they had some concerns about, and there are some statutory limitations on that too. There are certain things that we have to allow for. So, and this recovery home definition comes from our land use regulations. So we do have it regulated already in our land use regulations. We simply want to carry over something into our form-based code. But we need to take another look at that. We need to review that further with the city attorney. And then we are suggesting that, as the Planning Commission stated, they take another look at that portion of what we were recommending. Now, there were two other uses that came up with prior city council discussion when we were talking about establishing a zoning in progress. And one of those was massage parlor. There are a lot of regulations for massage therapy in the state regulations, and I think what we're really talking about is making sure that we're prohibiting prostitution. Prostitution is already prohibited. I mean, it's already an illegal use. So to say that massage parlors aren't allowed, it really falls into the same category as other kinds of personal service like a spa. So to differentiate and say, we'd really be just trying to say the same thing as we don't want to allow prostitution. So we already don't. So we didn't feel that including that in there really added anything to what we already have on the books. I think the other thing was internet cafes.
Robin,
and arcades.
Ms. Singer, can I ask a quick question then? Mm-hmm. So supposedly on Manatee Avenue, there's a massage parlor now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. So if they are conducting massage therapy consistent with licensed therapists, consistent with state statutes, and legally doing just those services, then they can continue. And if you just don't want somebody to call it a massage parlor, they're simply going to change their name to something else.
so if
Market
they're
themselves as a spa.
they're suspected something, then the police need to get involved and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That would be what I mean, when you see all the pickup trucks at 5 o'clock over there at the massage parlor, it just is very suspect. And there's actually two on Manatee Avenue.
Yes.
One of them might not be in the city, I'm not sure. No, I think they both
They're
are.
both in the city. One is in Ward 2 and one is in Ward 3.
He's new.
And again, if they have state certification and they have licensed massage therapists that have all of the licensing from the state, I get it. It just looks hinky.
At 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm not out that late, so I don't know.
That's something that we just need to have the police address.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, my question is, who is doing the inspections on these things to make sure that they fall under that guideline? Is it the fire service? Is it the police department? I mean.
Is it the state of Florida?
Is it the state of Florida? I don't know.
Professional regulation or something?
Yeah.
DVPR, yeah.
They're doing it. It's probably going to fall on law enforcement.
Yeah.
When somebody's going to have to initiate a complaint.
Okay.
So anyway, I think we probably ought to put a pin in that and.
Well, that's why it was asked about,
Right.
because this has come up, so. All right, so then the internet cafes and arcades are.
Similar situation. I mean, it's gambling.
Right.
You know, and, I mean, you can gamble from home. But internet cafes and arcades aren't necessarily in and of themselves, you know, you can have a children's like gaming arcade in association with the bowling alley or those kind of things, but it's not necessarily gambling, and if it is gambling, then it's already illegal.
Right. So when we had
In the
one
city.
pop up on Main Street behind papered window, you know, with they just showed up and we shut them down.
Yeah.
We could shut them down because of,
We can, to the degree that, I mean, it doesn't add anything to put it in the zoning code. To the degree that we can shut them down because it's an illegal activity, we can do that now without listing arcades, internet cafes. In other words, there's no hiding behind a zoning category for that kind of use. If it's gambling and it's illegal, then we can
So-
proceed.
and every Burger King that's closed in Manatee County and every other business and bank that's closed is now turning up. Mattress One on 41 is now an arcade store. So they can pop up. It's just if something happens, because you see a lot of those getting closed down because of they're doing it. So I don't know if, again, if it's legal, it's legal, but how do we manage it to where, because we talk about police resources.
Yeah, and I think Robin's kind of talked about some of the difficulties in differentiating these types of uses in your zoning code. But I think there probably are some things that could be done to try to assist with weeding out the types of uses that we're talking about. Like, for example, I mean, the city may consider putting hours of operation on professional services. I mean, that could be something that you could do. It would apply across the board, but it would tend to weed out the types of uses that you're talking about from operating. Similar, I mean, you could look at things as it related to the arcades. Obviously, if you prohibit an arcade, that's going to prohibit, a Chuck E. Cheese or something like that. So it's hard to, if they're operating legally, it's hard to kind of differentiate what they do from what you might see in a children's arcade.
Well, I think most people feel an internet arcade is different than Chuck E. Cheese.
I understand what you're saying, and that's where I'm saying there may be some things that we can do in terms of regulating arcades generally. Like, for example, maybe there's a prohibition on having coverings on the windows, and maybe they have to be visible from the outside. Maybe, again, we look at hours of operation and things like that. So I think there are some things that we could do without just directly trying to come up with a definition that would meet what you're concerned about.
And, I had another question. I guess I'll recognize myself. You're in charge. With regard, this is only regarding the form-based code, correct?
Yes.
So what about in like my ward with treatment facilities? Is that going to, are they prohibited there, or, how do we handle it?
Yeah, well, for example, residential treatment facilities are allowed in the PE Professional Services District. And I think we had a conversation about one that was going in. I think, I don't know, we're looking at the form-based code, as I said, as sort of an overlay with your CRAs, and where we're trying to address specific conditions. And I don't know that we've seen necessarily the specific negative impacts in some other areas.
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm watching.
And so that's why we've focused on that area. And just because, as I said, also the use restrictions in the form-based code are somewhat more general. There's a lot more general use categories, and that's because we expected, you expect when you put this in place that things are going to turn around a little quicker. And so we're just trying to nip some things in the bud before, while we wait for the full redevelopment process to occur.
So every one of these businesses that come into these places, the massage parlors and that, are still registered to be required with our business license?
Yes.
That we have, so do we know that they're all doing that?
Yeah, in terms of enforcement of business licenses, I defer on that. I'm not sure on our enforcement process. Generally speaking, fire gets involved because they do annual or semi-annual inspections. So if we discover that somebody has opened a place or had a change of use, there is enforcement. They do have to come in for that. And if they're, for example, if we do provide for a set of rules beyond, in terms of the physical environment, and somebody comes in for a change of use and they haven't enacted those requirements, then we can enforce on that.
So in particular, these two massage parlors that opened up on Manatee Avenue, we don't know if they did or not, so.
The one has
one's
been there for a
long
while.
time.
Yeah, it's been there for over a year.
The ones that are already in operation. One is very new.
You need to
Yeah, it's been there a while. Still looks hinky.
If they paid for the
Yeah, because it's late at night and all that.
Wasn't there
Looks
one on
hinky.
First? The other one's very close to the bridge, on
The
the
house.
south
It's on
side.
Manatee Avenue on your side of the road.
All right, so moving forward.
So with that, our recommendation at this time is to, as I said, Planning Commission voted 6-0. They did want to revisit the recovery homes and treatment facilities within the form-based code area. We are recommending approval of this ordinance as presented today, and that we return to you with another text amendment that addresses criteria for medical clinics, homeless facilities, and make necessary changes to the chart as well.
So say that again?
So,
But this is just the
for
first.
now, I'm recommending approval of the ordinance as presented.
But this is just the first reading.
This is the first reading,
Well,
yes, excuse me.
and wasn't
Approval
the
on first
homeless
reading,
it-
schedule a second reading for February 8th.
Okay, so we don't have to do anything with this today.
You're going to have the public hearing.
We need to open it for a public
That's
hearing,
right.
but there's no action required.
And wasn't there discussion, I mean, wasn't the homeless facility part of the driving force on this as well? No?
I think it was. I think you're right. And so I did want to touch on that because of the comments that were made today. Under the ordinance as proposed, homeless facilities would be regulated as a special use permit, which means there's nothing that prohibits them from doing what they want to do. They just have to go through the process with coming before the city council.
So, and in the case of, I believe what the Salvation Army has proposed, they were talking about less than a 20% increase in floor area. I don't believe that triggers a second public hearing. I think they'd be able to do that administratively with what's being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me, can I just say something to that before you go? On
Sure.
The facility, so when you say 20% more than what they have today?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
so what is the criteria of their property today? Because they've purchased property after they purchased a car place, they purchased other things, and they want to remodel those, not their existing facility, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they're not expanding the property. My understanding, they are just modifying a facility that currently was used for storage and to make it habitable space.
Well, it was not originally owned by Salvation Army till they purchased it more recently, and it's not being used as as a facility of the Salvation Army, other than maybe storage now, if I'm not mistaken. It was the car dealership, or it was the classic cars.
It was Chandler's Classic.
Right.
If I may interject. We have used
We'll do, hold on, we'll do in the public hearing, but I just want to understand it so people can know forward. So if they're allowed to expand that and they own the rest of the property, are they allowed to expand on that property? Build?
I want to get open here the special use.
Sorry, Mrs. Barnaby.
That's okay.
And I do want to be cautious about it too, though, because if they do have to come before you, they haven't been advertised for discussion at today's hearing.
Oh.
So I can only speak really in hypotheticals. If I'm wrong in that, let me know. All right, here's the special use.
Do you want to Mrs. Barnaby, go.
Well, with what Robin just said, I'm not certain that I can share the information that I have.
Might be better to wait.
But I have information about the situation. But
I think it's okay to get into a general discussion. We don't have an application pending at this point. Is that correct?
We have a building permit, but not a pending application for special use.
Okay, go ahead. I'll
you tell me, I mean,
He'll stop you if you.
yeah, I'll jump in if I
because
think
this
we're
goes
going
all
too
the way
far.
back to 1998. Okay.
Mhm.
In 1996 and 1997, I was involved with an organization called the 14th Street Business Owners Association. It was a loosely formed group of the business owners on 14th Street that was put together because of the difficulties that they were having conducting business on 14th Street. At that point in time, it was an extremely high crime area. There was women participating in the capitalistic experience right in front of everybody. And it was, having approached the city at that time, there was not a lot being done. Again, this was 1996 and 1997. I was not on the council at that point in time. But I did meet with this group. I grew up in that area. I'm very familiar with that area. Around 1998 or 1999, when I was on the council, the Salvation Army came forward asking to expand their services at that location. The 14th Street Business Owners Group was very much opposed to it. The Salvation Army met with the 14th Street Business Owners Group and made certain concessions to them, which was, if you allow us to do this at this point in time, we will not ever ask to expand services or expand our facility at that location. We would move those services and facilities to another location. Because even back then, the city was trying to get 14th Street cleaned up. The Salvation Army is the one that made that concession. They made that statement, and the 14th Street business owners agreed to it. I've yet to find where that was put in writing anywhere. But I remember the meetings, and I was there for all of them. And if you can't trust a religious organization to abide by their word without a written document, then what good are they? So I know that. I know that that is what happened, and that the Salvation Army brought that forward at that time and said, we will not expand services at that location. Should we have the need to provide additional services or change our services, we will move it off of that facility. We will not expand it. We will not expand lodging. We will not expand services. And that's what they agreed to.
And I think that's where the confusion comes in, because that's what Councilor Roth, former Councilman Roth, continues to say. And this is why that property, Chandler's, is a new accusation
It
for
absolutely
them.
is.
And so I think that's the issue, and maybe we shouldn't be talking as much, but that's where you've got to get the current board of the Salvation Army understanding that. And then that's where this current board's going to have to make a decision.
Well,
And I don't feel comfortable, and Mrs. Singer, there's been a lot of things over the last couple of years that you haven't felt comfortable when you could have possibly done it administratively in doing it. So we want to make, I don't think administratively that should be. That's just my opinion. Because I'm getting text at midnight on Saturday night after an event the Salvation Army's having, and people.
Well, you weren't the only one, sir.
So that's what I'm saying. So this is an emotional situation that Then once the true information gets out, then it's a whole different story. And
Well,
that's
and-
where we have to work with our
And
partners.
in complete disclosure, when I got the text asking, could I help with this or could I talk about it? I said, no, I cannot outside of a public
Right, that's what
hearing.
I said. I said this will be coming up. So.
I have a question. Is this crucial for us to do this with the first reading? Could we not do this during the second reading?
Yeah, we can include that.
Because we've still got a long way to go on this agenda, and we've got a 2 o'clock CRA meeting.
The search didn't include the symbol.
Mhm.
Maybe if it was just the number 20 and then the word percent.
Well, in any case, and I apologize, this is part of the reasons we need to change the code.
Can we keep going, or?
Yeah, I think we can,
The question by Councilor Barnaby was, can we defer
Yeah.
this search?
yes, refer this to second reading.
Okay.
Okay.
We still
So we need to open the public,
We do, yes.
open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Come on, yep, she'll get off the computer, then you come right up. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am Kelly French, 1902 15th Avenue Drive West, and I am a representative of the Salvation Army. What you announced this morning that's the first time I've ever heard that we ever made such a promise. The leadership with the Salvation Army obviously changes periodically as our officers change, and if this is a document that was in writing, it's certainly nothing that we have ever seen. So we would like to do due diligence. At the same time, we're not asking for a huge increase. We're not trying to triple or quadruple our capacity. We do want to make sure that the citizens of Bradenton and Manatee County have a safe place to go. I hope that we can continue to talk about this process in a really peaceful manner and maybe have, specific meetings dedicated to the project. So I look forward to that, and I apologize for any midnight calls. We announced our plans because a fundraiser was partially for this building, and so we announced that we were on hold. So we asked for everybody's support, but we certainly weren't expecting them to call you at midnight. So, thank you.
No. Yes, sir.
Since we have a representative.
Will you pull your microphone, Mr. Creed?
Can you tell the council what you're doing out in Lakewood Ranch, or the eastern part of the county, your facilities out there?
Okay, so let me move this a little closer too. So the only facility that we have on the eastern side of the county would be on State Road 70, and it is just west of 301. That is our church facility. We have our summer day camp there. We've had a music camp there, and we also have a Young at Heart program, which is an enrichment program for seniors that are experiencing loneliness and need that type of companionship.
Okay, thanks. And so under the definition that Ms. Singer had shown us, you don't have any homeless shelters out in
No, we
Lakewood
do
Ranch?
not. In fact, and I do know this for a fact, one of the premises when we bought that property was it was specifically zoned that we could not have any shelter space there or offer public services there. Now, we do have our Angel Tree program there, and we give away turkeys there the week of Thanksgiving. But those are very short, brief activities that are there.
Have you ever had any conversations about putting some of these at-risk populations of the female offenders, in this female individuals in this case, or others, to move them out to the eastern part of the county in the Lakewood Ranch, one of the 12 districts out there? Or?
No, we haven't, and partially because of staffing. We want to kind of keep all of our staff in one building as opposed to having some people here, some people there. It really adds to our staffing needs if we have to do that. And, we want to try and run on a tight budget since we are primarily donation-driven.
Thank you so much.
And that is something, I don't know if you were in the meeting that we had a year or so ago, but I had with the staff there, that why are we not trying to expand? And we understand the financial part of it, but I think there's a need
There definitely is a
to
need.
do it. So, and they said that's not the Salvation Army model for most part. And
Yeah,
so,
they do try to
right.
keep everything
Right.
compact and into one footprint, so to speak. So,
All right, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing, and it'll go to February 8th,
Correct.
correct?
Next, we have the first reading for ordinance 3097, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 5, Section 2-236 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bradenton, Florida, relating to the execution of contracts and deeds of conveyance, amending Chapter 2, Article 5, Section 2-237 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bradenton, Florida, relating to requirements for competitive bidding, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date. And the second reading and public hearing will also be on the 8th, on February 8th.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have the first reading for ordinance 4003, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Article 3 of the Code of Ordinances, entitled Vacation Rentals, amending Section 22-51 to amend the definition of vacation rental, amending Section 22-52, subsection A, to extend the deadline for obtaining a certificate of registration, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date. The second reading and public hearing for that ordinance will also be on February 8th.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4004, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending Part 1, Charter and Related Laws, Subpart B, Related Laws, Article 4, Police Officers Retirement System of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bradenton, Florida. Amending Section 1, Definitions, amending Section 5, Contributions, amending Section 6, Benefit Amount and Eligibility, amending Section 8, Disability, amending Section 9, Vesting, amending Section 26, Deferred Retirement Option Plan, providing for severability of provisions, providing for codification, repealing all other ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. And this is a public hearing.
Okay, any staff presentation on
There
that?
is staff here if you all have any questions.
Mayor, I could just take a quick lead if I could and give a brief overview. This is basically the byproduct of a negotiated disposition over the collective bargaining agreement. There was changes made to the police pension plan, and they need to be codified basically by Florida law. We have gotten with the pension plan administrators, our staff and the like, and what's before you really substantively changes just a couple of things. One is that the overall contribution will go from 2.75% to 3%, and the vesting period, I believe, will be reduced from 10 years to 8 years for a vested interest in it. Doesn't mean you get your full retirement, I assure you, at 8 years. It's just basically that's when you begin to actually vest into the plan. The financial impact of this was analyzed. It was fairly de minimis. I want to say it was about, I think it was about $80,000 the first year. Lance has some detail on that if you need it. And because of the health of the plan currently, it should be sustainable moving forward without significant increased investment on the part of the city. We thought it was really important because it was a back-end benefit to the police, which is comparable with surrounding police areas, help us with recruitment and retention. Oddly enough, the bargaining unit itself, the Officers Association, didn't see that significance of it. But, you know, it's a longer-term benefit opposed to a shorter-term one. It's fairly technical.
And it cleans up, basically evens out with a lot of things and makes it a little bit more recruiting friendly.
It definitely makes it more recruiting and retention friendly as well.
So, all right, so, any questions, or we'll open the public hearing? All right, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
unless,
Can I just ask a quick question before we move?
Well, let's get a motion, then we
Oh,
can do
okay.
discussion. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of ordinance 4005 as presented today. Oh.
5 or 4?
4. Oh, I'm sorry. 4. Well, we have like 30, so I'm sorry. I misspoke. I apologize.
We have a motion and a
4004, dealing with the police.
Councilman Kramer Mrs. Moore.
Who did you say was not in agreement that it was a benefit to the?
I don't, there was an absolute agreement. There was a actual technical agreement by virtue of signing the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
But there wasn't as much of an emphasis or priority. We thought it would be a larger issue of significance because there was disparity with surrounding areas, and officers would say, well, this is what they get in surrounding areas. The collective bargaining team itself didn't see it as a major issue in the negotiations, and I want to be somewhat limited to what we did discuss throughout those negotiations. But at the end of the day, they did see it a significant enough issue to approve and ratify the contract, the membership.
Thank you.
No, there was some differences in different levels of our officers too. So to clean it up where everybody's at.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah, 2.75 and somewhere at 3.
There was inconsistency
There was
between
inconsistency.
when officers came on the
And-
department, what applied,
and
the mayor's referring
In
to.
the original start of the negotiations until, some misinformation was getting out there, that it was like, hey, that's an easy thing, let's fix it. It's $80,000, let's fix it, for the first year, and we could do that. Then all of a sudden, the negotiating team that obviously didn't recommend the final contract, but got outvoted by their membership because it's a good contract. It's making us now relevant. Now, of course, Sarasota then raises theirs way up. We can't keep going, but at least now we're relevant in the minimum salary. To me, the most important thing was the minimum salary, getting the starting salary up, and that wasn't important either to the negotiating team at one point. So we've got to keep going forward, so.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and we've had discussion to approve 4004. Start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Next, we have the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4005, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of the redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations and providing support for community events. Authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the 14th Street CRA Community Redevelopment Area. Finding the amended master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan. Finding the amended master plan for the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. And this is a public hearing.
Okay. Any comments? Staff, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this is the ordinance adopting the amendments to the various CRA plans that have been discussed. We had some conversations at the CRA meetings about, certain items, including community policing, that we would like to have it be clearly provided for within the plans, and so that's what the purpose. And I think at least one of them also, I think it might be actually this one, is also being amended again to clarify as it related to community events and the things that the CRA was doing for community events, that clarify that is indeed a goal within the plan.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, just before we take any action, I know I see Katarina's here, but she did the notices for these, and I just want to put on the record that was sent to the county, and I'm assuming we did not receive any type of objection or comment from the county or any of the other taxing authorities.
Yes, and I did receive my certified mail on behalf of the city of Bradenton, and I know the county did also.
Okay.
That is correct. Katerina Gerakio, Siren, CRA Executive Director. Per state statute, we have to advertise. It was advertised in the newspaper, and we had to give notice to the taxing authorities through certified letters, which we did. and we haven't received any comments, feedback since we sent those out. So,
Thank you. I just want to make sure that was in the record.
Yep, on the record, yes. All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 4005, amending the 14th Street Community Redevelopment Area Master Plan to clarify the intent for the use of community policing innovations.
Second?
Providing support for events. That was the.
All of it, and providing
That's-
support for community events. My apologies. Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
I heard Counselor Coachman. All right, any further discussion? If not, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4, 5,
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have ordinance 4006. This is the second reading and public hearing. An ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations, authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area, finding the amended master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan, finding the amended master plan for the Bradenton Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Same thing, just.
This is the same thing, but as it relates to the Bradenton CRA.
Same as the first.
Yep. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 4006.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Kramer and second by Counselor Moore. Hearing no further discussion, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Madam Clerk?
The last ordinance on the agenda today, this is second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4007, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, approving amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to clarify the intent of the redevelopment plan regarding the use of community policing innovations, authorizing implementation of the amendments to the redevelopment master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area, finding the amended master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to be consistent with the City of Bradenton's comprehensive plan, finding the amended master plan for the Central Community Redevelopment Area to be in compliance with the notice provisions of Chapter 163 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of ordinances and resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Right? The questions? Open the public comment. Public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none. Close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move that ordinance 4007 be approved.
Okay, Counselor
Second.
Coachman, a second by Counselor Barnaby. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk?
Under new business, we have Public Works and Utilities, change order approval for the Riverwalk expansion project, guaranteed maximum price for Phase 2D.
Welcome, Mr. McClellan.
Good afternoon now. Jim McClellan, Director of Public Works and Utilities. Let me pull up a little. Okay, so we're here to discuss and seek approval for the guaranteed maximum price from the contractor, the CM at risk, NDC for the last phase of the Riverwalk. A refresher on the phasing segments. 2A, which is the Mineral Springs area, which has been completed and opened in September. Phase 2B is the segment along Riverside Drive from Manatee Memorial Hospital out to Caddies. Phase 2C is Riverside Drive from the end of Phase 2A to 9th Street East. And then 2D, which is that last piece, which is the interconnection points, which will take down 6th Street East out to Manatee Avenue, east on Manatee Avenue to 9th Street East, and then down 9th Street East to connect at Riverside Drive. So Phase 2B, we're in the final stages of that. The contractor is out now, starting the installation of the landscaping along this area. The new lighting is in place, the walkways are in place, the shade structures have been placed, the shades have been ordered. They are ordered once the structures are put in place to make sure that everything fits the proper way. So we have multiple shade structures at the intersection of 2nd and Riverside, and then there's a couple of more along the route leading out to 6th. We also have installed a connecting walkway through the grass triangle that's at the east end, so that the walkway along the seawall will have a connecting point to come across and connect up directly to 6th Street. Phase 2C along Riverside Drive, these are the new arbor swing structures. This is right at the north end of 9th Street East. So those should be finished up here shortly. The contractor is in the stages of installing the landscaping along Riverside Drive as well, the last phase of this portion. The observation tower, all the interconnecting sidewalk has now been formed. So the last thing left is the landscaping aspects of this, which is underway. So again, we're talking here about Phase 2D, which is the last phase of the project. It's also probably the simplest, if you will. There's not a lot of amenities. This is interconnecting sidewalks. So from the master plan, we had at 6th Street, you'd have sidewalks on both sides of the roadway. We would be installing on-street parking where appropriate. There is lots of places along this roadway where people have been parking on the grassed area behind the curb anyways, so hopefully we can take it into that. And enhanced landscaping and site lighting along this area. Imagery for 9th Street, again, going down 9th Street, is simply a sidewalk to interconnect, some landscaping along the way, and on-street parking on from the segment from 4th Avenue to 3rd Avenue. Parking will be on the east side of the street, and then it will switch over to the west side of the street down below. That's putting the parking adjacent to the DOT pond rather than in front of residential homes for the most part.
Jim, before you leave that picture, Mr. McClellan, you showed the private property line at the edge of the sidewalk with a lot of landscaping there. We're not landscaping there.
We're not landscaping private property, no.
But that's a nice picture.
Again, this was from the master plan.
I know, I was like, I want that. More
It's
private.
not gonna be there. I mean, we would like it to look like that and maintain like that. but That's not there.
Good point.
There's no Easter Bunny or Santa Claus either, just.
The work along Manatee Avenue is really going to be just limited to taking the existing planting beds that are out there, that are in rough shape right now, enhancing them, taking out some of the black olives, putting in some palm trees, making it look a little bit nicer, but really nothing associated with it because a lot of that, this is all DOT, and we're trying to minimize that impact. So, Kimley Horn, our design engineers, have created what are at 90% design plans. Contractor has had them since the end of October, working up pricing. We've gone back and forth a couple of times with them, and the guaranteed maximum price that they've established for this last phase is $2.837 million and change. That includes an additional contingency allowance of $237,000. Currently, the existing phases of the contract have roughly about $150,000 left in the contingency in the guaranteed maximum price. What that allows us to do is, as things are being built and additional needs are found, we're taking it from the contingency, not increasing the guaranteed maximum price. So there's $183,000 in site work, demo, grading, $322,000 in landscaping and irrigation, $492,000 electric allowance for site lighting as well, $260,000 for milling, paving, and striping and signage, $418,000 in concrete curb and sidewalks, and roughly $100,000 in storm system and utility adjustments. And this is currently, that storm drain system is at the north end of 6th. We've already had the contractor working on that to be ahead of this, knowing that it had to be done in conjunction with what was being done on that phase of the project as well. So we're here seeking the approval of the guaranteed maximum price. Any questions?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is all anticipated going down the road that this would be coming up at this time.
Correct. Mhm.
So there was an article in an online magazine, newspaper, if you call it that today, that really was misleading because they just pulled it up off our agenda. And it was, now they're adding $3 million. This is not adding $3 million. This is what we had, and they even misstated some of the cost early on. So this is something that I remember we've been talking about for a while, that we knew eventually and planned for this.
We knew we would get here eventually.
Right, yes. Yeah.
And,
So this isn't adding something that we just added.
correct.
Questions?
I think that was going to be mine. So the original contract contemplated
Right. Yeah,
spending ultimately for the entire Riverwalk,
Right.
what we're currently looking at spending.
correct.
Just some modifications to that. I mean, what we based our budget on was the architecture and engineering that was provided for the various phases. Construction cost has increased significantly over the course of the last 2 years, particularly in concrete, labor, and the like. And so there are some adjustments that are being made, but certainly we contemplated this as the connection component for the east and west Riverwalk, and was hoping for even a shorter workaround that we weren't able to do.
But
That
there's
has been on the
still-
dais since I've been here, I think, and so none of it's new.
But there's still opportunity.
And there
as it
is.
develops over there, that there might be some connectability differently as the properties develop. You know, so,
I just hate seeing things get mischaracterized.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think, and I think that was your point.
oh, that's my point, yeah,
Yeah.
because that happens a lot with this, and it's to the point where, no, we anticipated, maybe we hoped for 2 million, not 2.8, because of the increase, but there was always gonna be that next pool of money that was gonna do this next part of the project. And again, in the past, the previous administration did a great job at planning for that, you know, before Mr. Perry was even here.
So what do you need, a motion?
You have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the change order for the Riverwalk Phase 2D.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2, 3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
I didn't know you were drinking. Carries unanimously. Thank you, Jim.
And also, I would like to say that now that we have the interconnecting sidewalk made to the observation tower, if anybody would like to come out, I'd be happy to take you up and show you that before we get it opened up, so.
All right, Mr. Perry?
Mayor, councilors, I had all kinds of good things to talk about and show you, but since the hour is late and the day is short, I'm going to try to cut right to the chase and move through my new business rather quickly. And I might take a couple things out of order if I have that indulgence, Mayor. Just briefly, I want to start with my recommendation of appointment of Lance Williams as the finance director. And I sent you all a letter that I'm going to put on the overhead. I believe it was sent January 11, 2023, recommending Mr. Williams. I believe everybody's, most folks, than perhaps Ms. Moore, are familiar with Mr. Williams. He was formerly the finance manager for utility billing. He was also the Assistant Director of Finance under Mr. Kelly and myself, and Office of Management and Budget. He has a college education in finance and administration, as well as a master's degree beyond the bachelor's level, and he's done a great job. He was one of our lead negotiators on the contracts that we were able to successfully negotiate this year. He was the architect, along with myself and some of our staff, Christoph and a whole host of others, in the budget, and he's jumped in with all three legs, basically. And we have expanded the capacity. I think we're doing a lot more work up in finance than we had done before. And we're pretty proud of what the leadership that Lance has bought. So with that, I would tender Mr. Williams. Did I say something funny?
No.
Or stupid? Which one?
Both, but watch the video.
Yes, you watch the video.
Is there any discussion, or do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, so move to approve by Ms. Barnaby. Seconded by Mr. Kramer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 1. 2,
3 hours late.
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4, 5.
Yes.
All right, carries unanimous. Mr. Perry.
All right, congratulations to Mr. Williams.
Indeed.
I had some architecture and engineering, particularly renderings under presentation for Fire Station 2. We're moving along with Chief Gear and Public Works through the design process of Fire Station 2 out on State Road 64. And we've been working really on trying to get architectural standards to have some consistency with the buildings that we're looking at here in the city. And they came up with some renderings. Because we are kind of in a late process, I'm going to probably take these around and show them to you over the next couple of weeks. It's really no official action that needs to be done quite now on them. I did want you to know that we're really moving towards getting to probably a 30 or 40% design perspective and the renderings themselves. And then ultimately, Jim, would you like to come up here with me? Thank you. And Jim's at all the meetings that we have with our architects, of course, it's Foley Bryant on this project, and we hope to get to the point where, moving forward, we'll have a construction manager at risk on board shortly thereafter, and of course move to beginning construction.
What would be a guess? I mean, it's no.
As far as when we
might break ground.
I would suspect breaking ground. So we'll be finalizing the contracts for the CM at risk here in February. So I would say once the contractor is on board by the end of February associated with that we would be maybe midsummer doing a groundbreaking.
We got everything worked out with DOT about the pole and all that?
We're working on that. But we've been through multiple iterations on the appearance of the building to try to make it be a statement building as well. And we actually have some meetings scheduled with the architect to talk about the design of some of those enhanced elements as it relates to the overall appearance.
So basically, everyone maybe get a little meeting with Mr. Perry and go through that.
Mr. McClellan, the folks over there.
Yeah.
And we'll have cost estimates coming up very shortly on that once we get our CM at risk on. The other project is the PSOC down at 59th Street. Mr. Autry and our team here at the city, both from Public Safety and Public Works, and the administration has been working fairly closely with Mr. Autry on that. And we're getting fairly close to having programmatic, what's called schematics, as far as how to redesign the building to provide the platform basically for an emergency management high coastal hazard area type facility where we could outfit fit teams and city teams and really take care of our own issues as a priority. And we've been doing training for that as well.
And it's the Red Cross building. And
yes, sir.
59th Street, right?
59th Street Red Cross building. And one of the things that I think Obviously, Mr. Perry had a set up a meeting with Senator Boyd, and Representative Robinson wants to go through
Right.
it also. One of the most important things about that building is not really as much during the storm, it's after the storm, if we ever have it, knock on wood, that we would have the capability of not only the immediate need right after, but the city's need going forward. The EOC for the county is gonna then get back to their own, and then the size of a city we are, we'd be like, okay, what? But if we don't have something to be prepared for, and plus, there's funding out there that we can get from the state at this moment that might be.
Right.
That's what we're working, and our lobbyists are gonna do
Yep.
a good job at
You know,
that.
this being a facility, it is just that, a facility, but us actually being prepared, having the plans in place, the infrastructure, the equipment, the personnel to deal with, particularly a hurricane, but basically any emergency incident, and particularly if it's in a coastal area on the west side of the city, that's an integrated effort that the city has said, hey, the county's going to save us. I've been a big believer that the best person to help you is to help yourself, and that's what we're trying to do. And that became fairly evident, I think, both during Ian and the aftermath of Ian, when we saw the destruction down south. And we were blessed, quite frankly, to avoid that. But had it hit here, as the mayor pointed out, we didn't want to play second fiddle to the county. We didn't want Lakewood Ranch being taken care of. And don't get me wrong, they're important too. But we have to take care of ourselves. And we have been moving forward with a very aggressive training effort, an emergency management plan, a facility, getting additional resources, and if, you know, a year and a half, 18 months from now, when we get to where I want to be in that regard, I'll be quite proud of that initiative and what the city's done. It's interesting. Emergency management is the person, when you're a city administrator, that it's like, I'm too busy, I got city council to deal with, I got to go talk to the mayor, blah, blah, blah. But when it hits the fan, get that guy in or get that lady in. That's the first person you want to talk to. And you have to be prepared for it. If there's ever a place in the United States, and I've lived out west and here, it's probably Florida with the hurricane.
And we're only 5 months out from hurricane season again now.
Yep.
And then,
Right.
and also, I did read last night in the newspaper that they found somebody January
Yeah, I saw
10th,
that.
and then found somebody yesterday from Ian, the final
In a
two.
boat.
So
A
one in a
submerged
boat,
boat.
one in the
One in a boat.
mangroves.
Yep.
But, you know, so I mean, again, they're still dealing with that. So, you know, it's just, you read those stories, and I've got a couple friends down there and talked to them, and they still don't know what they're doing. You know, so we've got to at least be prepared at that. So, all right, so that was just an update, right, Mr. Perry?
That was an update.
All right, and finally,
And the last matter of business. Put this on the overhead. This is not on the agenda, and I apologize. It was intended to be on the agenda, and I've got to accept responsibility I thought it was on there. And I talked with Tamara, and we kind of don't know how the ball didn't get on the agenda. If you want to pass it, you can pass it. What the short version is that we have a operating agreement between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the city of Bradenton for Lecom Park. And within that operating and lease agreement, where we lease it to them, of course, we own the facility, we agreed to basically fund about $160,000 into a capital improvement fund and operations and maintenance. Well, the Major League Baseball has changed the way they handle minor league baseball, and they have required MLB teams to take it all over. In the past, it was run by separate operators that own the minor league teams. Now the major league teams actually own all the minor league teams. And so they said, all of your parks have to meet a certain specification. A lot of those specifications are contained in this particular document I have before you, where they're requiring the minor league parks to have visiting commissary and dining areas.
All facilities should provide an area of not less than 300 square feet dedicated to food preparation and consumption. The commissary shall include refrigerator, freezers, so on and so forth. Female staff facilities. And so for the female coaches or other folks that would be associated with it, we need female staff facilities. And there's specific minimums of size and requirements internally that have to be in there, along with the FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Weight room, that each facility shall provide an enclosed, climate-controlled weight and training space that must be made available. Hitting, pitching tunnels, and specifics on that. Field lighting is a large one. Major League Baseball wants the minor league teams to improve their illumination of fields. And one of the reasons why is that some of the facilities were not particularly up to standards to play competitive professional baseball. And I think that the MLB wanted to bring a minimum standard to the facilities. And they imposed this, and they gave the major league teams basically 5 years to implement it. There was a period. And to that extent, I think we're in about year 2 or 3, and Pirates came to us and said, we have these MLB standards now. We are going to be putting money in ourselves to bring them up. I think the county is going to participate as well. But the first step on that, just like those projects I showed you, is the architecture and engineering. They're going to have to build a little bit of a facility for these additional weight rooms for those female facilities, I think, and some of the other stuff they're going to retrofit what they have already and move some things around. But in that fund, we haven't paid them out of that fund very much money. I think the fund balance was $705,000 when we checked at the beginning of this year. As I said, I think we fund about 160 into that fund each and every year to make sure that we're keeping up with our responsibilities. They've requested $500,000 out of that fund, and I sent them a letter saying, I am moving it to council for approval. I would recommend approval to council for that.
And what I've learned over the last little time, obviously, it's not something Ms. Barnaby may know more because over the years it was put there. We used to maintain the field.
We did.
And it was costing us a lot more money to maintain the field than it was letting them maintain it and putting that money into a fund so they could draw off of it when they wanted to do something. So it's basically put in there so they can take a hit on it when they need it to start doing some positive on their field. So, it's basically the start of it. And one of the things that happened when COVID hit, I want to say in the hundreds of minor league teams were shuttered. And we were very lucky to keep a minor league team. So anything we can do and they had to promise those standards, and obviously this is just a draw to say, hey, this is going to do our first part of it, and there's other things they're working on. And one of the things that have always been impressed with when we got on this council many years ago with the Pirates, they built the clubhouse. I remember some of the players said they would go to the bathroom at home because we only had one working toilet in the old clubhouse, and so they wouldn't go there to work in that. But they put over $6 million, and we put a couple $100,000 to kind of work our wash station. So they've always been good partners. And again, this is basically their money anyway for that fund.
Right.
We just have to approve it for that part of it.
Yep, and I think it's going to be a third split on overall cost for that, because I think with all those improvements, they're looking at somewhere in the order of probably 1.5, 1.6, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, so.
And this really gets them the A&E that they need and the preliminary construction. Of course, we do have right around the corner spring training, and this will be the first time we have a full season of spring training. I think. I know, knock on wood. We had a lockout, we had COVID for 2 years, and everything else. So it's going to be fun around here come March.
All right, so you need a motion
I need a motion to approve the $500,000 transfer out of the fund to the Pirates for purposes of upgrades.
Well, I'll make the motion, and then I would like to share information, but I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely correct. The city used to have to maintain the field. It was difficult to keep it up to major league standards, and because we were maintaining the field, meaning the city, The city didn't want anybody touching the old McKechnie Field, the old McKechnie Stadium, any of that. Now with the Pirates taking care of the field and keeping it in major league standards, and quite frankly, they know a heck of a lot more than I think most other people would. And the Pirates have been very generous in opening up McKechnie to accommodate,
Lecom.
I'm sorry, Lecom.
Sorry.
That's okay, you know, it's
It's an old habit. I do.
it's an
it a
old
lot.
habit. But they've, particularly during COVID, they opened the open air portion up so that we were able to do Blues Fest, so that that some of the other schools were able to have graduation, and everybody could be social distanced there. So, again, I'm happy to support this. I wish it had been on the agenda.
Me too.
Yeah, notice, my good ear.
Yeah.
But it has become much more than just a ballpark. And the Pirates have opened it up and allowed it to become truly a hub in the community.
And I think, speaking to that, the goal of the future is to make that a 12-month park. And I think there's opportunity, and I think you heard some today with some of the people out there in that neighborhood talking about what opportunity is there. If we can make that a 12-month park, that could change the dynamics of that neighborhood year-round, but that's a little bit down the road, so. Any other discussion?
I think the only thing I wanted to add is, you know, it's been a while since I've seen it, but the economic impact that we get from spring training is definitely worth, you know, taking care of it.
TDC is working on an updated, it's been kind of hard the last couple of years because of COVID
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
strike, but if we can get a full year's season in, I think you're going to see that very much.
I'd just point out to Councilor Barnaby's point, I had some experience when I was in Albuquerque. We had Isotopes Park for the AAA Colorado Rockies, the Dodgers before it, and we had an annual event that might be nice for Bradenton. We would have the administration challenge the city council and the mayor to a softball game at the facility.
Don't say it if you don't
And-
mean it.
Well, I'm just,
Oh, Lord.
I retired from softball.
Oh, we finally have a ringer.
we raised money, we gave it to charity, had a really nice time, so we might want to think about that. It's a lot of fun,
We could
actually.
have runners and everything else, right, yeah.
Yeah, I would need a runner.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
I think it's worth clarifying, though, that the obligation to pay the money, I think it's worth clarifying that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, it almost,
you and I have talked about this and how that works.
Right.
It is something that we pay, like a.
Yeah, there's a
cent or
lease and
something.
operating agreement that requires us to maintain the facility.
and we had talked about it, I guess, maybe in the past, it really didn't need a city council approval.
Right.
Because it's already in the agreement, but we thought it, Mr. Perry and I thought it best in talking with the Pirates, there's nothing hidden here. It's open, and him and I both looked at the agenda, and I thought I read it on there.
I did too.
I did too, so I mean, it was like, no, so, and I just think it's, the timing now is good, so. All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
and 1. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing further from the administration. Look forward to working with yourself and council in year 2023.
Yes, sir, thank you. Any unfinished business? None. Any council report? Anybody have anything?
I think I'm going to defer.
Okay, defer. The only thing I want to say, because it was so important for our community, is you put this up here, you put some of the other little trinket stuff, and you put this up. All these cards, you can't really see them, but Councilor Coachman and I went over to, to get the right name here, Children's Business Fair at Bradenton Village on Saturday, and it was unbelievable to see the 6 to 12-year-olds. And I mean, like I said, I got probably 15 or 18, 16 maybe a little bit, but this young man that made this here was a 6-year-old and actually stuffed it, did it all, colored it. Then he also, when you bought that, another one you made a donation for that he was donating to the Children's Hospital. So now we're having the young entrepreneurs do it. Chamber did a great thing coming in, cutting the ribbon and all of that, but just want to commend, what was the young lady's name that ran that over there at Bradenton Village? Joni, and they're planning on doing more, and we're hoping to maybe even get them to give us a couple of tables at the market on Saturdays to maybe let some of these young entrepreneurs do it, and really try to come down. But it just showed, and obviously, you know, we celebrated the ribbon cutting for their businesses through the chamber. They all got a chamber membership. So again, chamber was here this morning, shows why they're so important to our community. But it was fun to see the young kids, and their parents were, nope, you tell them what it is, and, you know, going to all businesses, growing
they were
things. So it was definitely something.
Men and women, they really were.
Yep, they were doing it. And then just the last thing, yesterday I was at the 30th Annual Business and Education Partnership Awards with the school district and the chamber. And one of the great things was the bishop there won an award with kids and all of that. So, you know, even though it was still, again, the chamber going around and just seeing education and business and the young people is the most important thing. And I think that's what every one of us up here see and how we wordsmith through it. So thank you for indulging. And Orange Blossom Coffee opened up this morning so go down there and get that. And we'll deal with Mr. Perry's evaluation at the next meeting. So. Thank you. We'll be adjourned.